February 22nd, 2026. This time I'll call on our Commission Chaplain, Commissioner Romel McMurray, to lead us in our prayer and our pledge. If you would stand with us, please.
Let us pray. Most gracious and all-wise God, we stand before you this evening to give you reverence and thank you. You are so good to us, and we cannot tell you that enough. When we look around, we are amazed at how great you are. We see your love and your power on display every single day. For we know that you are great and worthy to be praised. You're Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end. Lord, we thank you for being a deliverer, a provider, protector, and a healer. So let us pause to give you all the glory and the praise and the honor this evening. On this special call meeting tonight, allow us leaders to do your will. Give us the wisdom and the discernment to make the best decisions for your people. For we know that the ultimate legacy as a leader will not be defined by our titles that we hold or accomplishments, but it will be shaped by the lasting impressions and impacts that we leave on people that we encounter and represent. So let us walk like you, let us smell like you, and let us talk like you. Lord, I ask that you spread a fresh anointing over our land. I ask that you do it here in Rutherford County, across our state, across the United States, and across our world. We need you, Lord. We always need you. Allow us to get it right before you return. We give you all the glory, the honor, and the praise. It's in your name that we pray. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Three white stars on a field of blue, by keeping strong and ever true. It is with pride and love that we salute the flag of Tennessee.
Thank you. You may be seated. This time I'll call on the Rutherford County Clerk, Lisa Crowell, to call the roll. Lisa, please. Thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner Oliver,
Present.
Commissioner Piercy,
Here.
Commissioner Hall,
Here.
Commissioner P,
Here.
Commissioner Davison,
Here.
Commissioner Beverly,
Here.
Commissioner Cush, Commissioner Reed,
Here.
Commissioner James,
Here.
Commissioner Wilson,
Here.
Commissioner Anthony Johnson,
Present.
Commissioner Boyd,
Here.
Commissioner Paul Johnson,
Here.
Commissioner Irvin, here. Commissioner Harris, here. Commissioner Dodd,
Here.
Chairman Phillips,
Present.
Commissioner McAdoo, here. Commissioner McMurray,
Here.
Commissioner Gooch,
Here.
Commissioner Serena.
Yeah.
We have a quorum, 20 present.
Thank you, Lisa. Item D on our agenda is public comments. Let me just make a quick comment on public comments. This is a time in each of our agendas where we allow the public to comment on any topic that they want to. Do not confuse this with our public hearings, which will come up later. We've had 3 people sign up for public comments, and when you come up, if you would mention not only your name but your address, and you'll have 3 minutes to present your topic. First that sign up is Nathan Payne. Mr. Payne is making his way up, and his topic is animal zoning and residential neighborhoods in the county.
Yes, my name is Nathan Payne, and I live on Country Park Lane. So, hello, my name is Nathan Payne. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. My wife and I have been a resident of Tennessee our entire lives and lived at our home for the last 20 years. My request is guidance on the allowance of farm animals inside county residential neighborhoods. My house is on 3/4 of an acre, and my neighbor's house is on just under an acre, with 15 feet between my house and their house. The current county laws say that you can have as many animals as you would like. There is no limit. That's what I've been told. So if I'm wrong, please somebody correct me so that I can get that straightened out. My neighbors moved into their house in July of this year. 2 weeks after they moved in, they put a fence up on a quarter acre and purchased ducks, chickens, goats, and sheep. There have been approximately 80 ducks. I have taken a picture to count them because they constantly move and there's no way of knowing. I take a picture because I can see them straight out the back window of my kitchen, right off my deck, in every ounce of what they do. They have 2 goats and a sheep on their property at any given time. There's 80 of them, like I said. Tennessee also has a law that allows you to slaughter 20,000 fowl a year for personal consumption. My neighbor started a slaughter business based on the unlimited number of animals allowed on your property and the 20,000 fowl slaughter limit. The smell of blood, animal remains, flies, animal feces, and urine is strong enough to smell inside my house. I have been woken up in the middle of the night due to the strength of the smell. The ducks make enough noise that outside conversation has to be halted until they quit quacking. We cannot eat outside on our deck. We can't grill on a deck because of the smell. My kids come inside when the wind blows from the north or the west due to the smell. The animal poop and pee drains into my yard when it rains. The slaughter remains are thrown into the yard for the other animals to eat and rot. The selling of the animals requires a permit. Codes came out to put a stop to the line of cars that were there buying from their house. Now they deliver the animals. Tennessee Ag Department came out to discuss feeding the slaughtered animal remains to them twice. Nothing changed until I sent pictures of proof to the Ag Department that this was happening. Currently, 50% of the adult ducks froze to death on the first night of the cold. All of their ducklings froze to death. The sheep limps around and it cannot stand and must kneel to eat. It has been doing this for months. The sheep and the goat have no shelter against rain and wind. My family are farmers. My great-granddad was a farmer. My grandpa, all of my uncles. I support farming in Tennessee. But I do not believe that this is the way that the laws written in Rutherford County were meant to be used. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Payne. Next is John Floyd. This topic is Plan Rutherford. Hey, John.
Yes, I'm John Floyd, and I'm with Old South Properties, the largest independent private builder in the state of Tennessee. I'm here to speak about Plan Rutherford. We build first-time homebuyer houses, move-up houses, and senior houses. The cost of land versus the cost of a house versus the cost of a lot is the reason I'm here. 1 acre lots, to me, is just ludicrous. I mean, you're going to drive the cost through the roof. You're also using up our land in Rutherford County. You're creating urban sprawl. And I mean, it's just completely driving the cost crazy. I feel like if you work in Rutherford County, you ought to be able to afford a house in Rutherford County. And by going to 1 acre lots, you're taking that away from young people and their ability to buy a home and their ability to start the home buying process with your first house, your second house, third house, but you got to buy the first house first. I appreciate if you vote no on Plan Rutherford. Thank you.
Next is Owen Farnsworth. I believe I said that right. And his topic is also Plan Rutherford.
Good evening. My name is Owen Farnsworth. I live at 2611 Wellington Place in Murfreesboro, Tennessee. I just wanted to take a few minutes to talk to you all about Plan Rutherford. I don't have anything prepared, so I'm just going to be speaking from the heart here to y'all. As a young man who does not own a house and will not own a house for some time into the future, I have to say that when I saw Plan Rutherford some year or so ago, I could not be prouder to be a Rutherford County resident. For the first time in my life, I thought to myself, there will be a point in time in which I will own a house in this county. And I was very, very happy about that. When I was born in Champaign-Urbana, Illinois, which is where the U of I is, I don't know if any of you know where that is, Illinois has had cities for a long time, since the 1800s. And I'm sure you all know the famous one, Chicago. And I've seen all of them. I've seen all of them since I was a little boy, and they did not enact anything like this. Anything that they enacted like this was done well after the point of no return for them. And anywhere you go in Illinois, there is destroyed streets. It is a concrete jungle where signs of what was once beautiful prairie no longer exist except for on small, we talk about 1 acre lots, on small 12-foot by 12-foot plots throughout the city. And I have to say that having grown up until I was 14 in that environment, living in Rutherford County is one of the most beautiful things I have ever seen in my life. They call us the greenest state in the land of the free. And it's true, it's beautiful here. And Plan Rutherford allows us to keep that. And now I'm sure, you've already heard, and I'm sure you will continue to hear, that enacting Plan Rutherford will drive up the cost of housing. That it will drive up the cost of housing. And I'm sure you will also hear that it will plummet the cost of housing, that it will plummet people's value on their homes. And I'm here to tell you that as a person who has seen home values plummet, if we don't do something about the spread and the quick development of Rutherford County, you will not see a plummet of housing prices and a skyrocketing of mortgages. You will see a full-blown housing recession in this county. And I just want to say that I'm very proud of all of you for coming up with this plan, for meeting about this plan, for talking about this plan, and I really hope you vote yes on Plan Rutherford. Thank you.
Thank you. Item E on our agenda, we're going to get into the meat of tonight's meeting, which is Plan Rutherford. We'll call on our Planning Director, Doug DeMasi, to make, once again, a brief presentation and then answer some questions if you have any. Mr. DeMasi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good evening, everybody. Doug DeMasi, County Planning Director. I appreciate the opportunity to come before you tonight to discuss the work that has been done on the document before you, Plan Rutherford. We made hard copies of this document for you at a previous meeting and passed them out, so you should have that. I see some of you have that with you tonight, some of you may not. There is a copy on your iPads. If you look on the resolution to adopt Plan Rutherford, it's got the resolution along with a copy of the full plan on there, so you can follow along with that. The slideshow that will be going on behind me is also on your iPads, so you can follow along with that as well, or you can follow along with the hard copy. I didn't do color copies for those, I did black and white. But what I'd like to do for just a few moments, and I just ask that you just bear with me while we kind of go through things, just kind of go through just a quick overview of the document itself, and I'll stop here and there to go into a little bit more detail on some of the issues that caused a lot of the discussion points that we had during the process, especially during the public hearings we had, or hearing that we had at the Planning Commission, the meetings that we had. So with that, can we go on to the next slide, please? So you see, and you probably can't read that on the screen, which is the reason, again, I put it on your iPads as well as a hard copy before you. This is just a table of contents of the document itself. The first chapter talks about the plan, what it is, and the frequently asked questions. Chapter 2, understanding the trends. That's kind of going into some of the background and things like that that led to some of the recommendations that were made and the reasons for doing the plan. I'll get into that here in just a moment. Chapter 3 is shaping the future. I'll probably spend the majority of my time talking about those particular slides that are there. Chapter 4, taking action. There's a few slides on that. I won't delve into that too deeply, just to give you just a quick overview of what that is. And then the last chapter is moving forward, which really is just more implementation guidelines and strategies for success that the plan identifies. So if we could go to the next slide, please. And the first question that a lot of people may have had while we were going through this process is why we were doing this in the first place. Well, I will say, just as a quick history lesson, zoning and subdivision regulations have been around in Rutherford County since about the 1960s. We had zoning that was adopted there. There was a pretty substantial update to the zoning done back in 1984. And then at the time, we had no long-range plan really to speak of. The first comprehensive plan that was actually done for Rutherford County was done and adopted by the Planning Commission back in April of 2011. That document did not come up to the full commission, so it was used in an advisory sense. But that was the first overall comprehensive plan that we had for Rutherford County at that time. And following that is when we adopted our current zoning ordinance. Of course, it's been amended since that time, and our subdivision regulations. Those followed pretty quick suit back in 2013. So when we look at the trends that we've seen just in the last 10 years, and you can see that on the screen, from 2010 to 2020 at least, you can see that the Rutherford County population, you see that 657 people move here every month, 408 jobs per month, 188 housing units per month, which represents almost a 30% increase in all of those categories. So despite the fact that we had the plan, people are coming here. It's not just in the county, of course, it's in the cities as well, but that taxes the entire county. So the existing document that we had that we adopted back in 2011, these type of plans are supposed to be updated periodically. So we just felt at that time that it was time for an update, which is what led to the update that you see before you. So if you can flip to the next slide, please. This is just a map of the 7-county region. And again, growth is not something that we're just experiencing here in Rutherford County, obviously. As you can see on the map, you can see the 7-county region is expected to reach 2.7 million by 2045. Of that, over 500,000 people are expected to be in Rutherford County, which gives us about a 63% county growth rate. So again, the reason we want to plan for that is so we know these people are coming. Where are they going to live? Where are they going to work? These are the kind of questions that we are trying to solve as we go about this process. So the next slide, I just want to talk a little bit about the community engagement part of this. And if you go to the next slide, please. The next slide kind of gives you just the process that was followed. This is very high level, is what we're looking at right here. Next slide, please. You can see that there were 3 steps overall to the process, 3 primary steps. Step 1 was visions and expectations. This was what we called the listening phase. Step 2 went into the brainstorming or the what-if scenarios. If we do this, this happens. If we do that, this happens. And then step 3 was the strategy and actions where we actually decided how we needed to proceed. And if you go to the next slide, I'm going to go over just, again, you're not going to be able to tell what that says on the screen, but on the handout and on your iPads, you can see the community participation that we had in these various phases. Started out in November of 2021 with our Joint Planning Commission, County Commission workshop, which was held in this room. We had plenty of discussions even before that time. Of course, a lot of the discussions were happening in the midst of the COVID pandemic, so things kind of got off to a little bit of a slow start. But we got started in earnest back in November of 2021. You'll see scattered throughout there were kickoff events. I guess I'm talking too long. Open houses that we had, public town hall events. We had one at MTSU in August of 2023. You'll see that the district open houses, we had 2 rounds of those, and I wanted to go in just a little bit of those. That wasn't just one meeting, that was a series of meetings. What we did, as we did in the previous comprehensive plan when we created it, we actually broke it down, the county down into quadrants, if you will. So we would have a meeting up in the northwest side of the county, typically in Smyrna. We'd have one on the northeast side, typically in Las Casas. Las Casas Elementary, I think, is where we typically held it. The southwest, we held at Rockvale school campuses. And then on the southeast side, we had that, I believe, at Plainview Elementary is where we had those. So we had 2 rounds of those meetings, along with the different workshops and things that you can see in their surveys that went out. You'll see that another Joint Planning Commission and County Commission work session was held at MTSU back in July of 2024. Public open house at the Lane Agri Center, which kind of was the time where we actually presented the draft of the plan. And then for adoption. We had a work session at the Planning Commission back in January of 2025. In June of 2025, the Planning Commission, okay, I know I'm taking too long. The Planning Commission held their public hearing back in June of 2025. There's a couple of other work sessions on here that weren't listed. There was a work session that was held in July of 2025. There was also a discussion at the August 25th meeting where wasn't a work session, but it was an agenda item. And then finally, the Planning Commission did adopt the plan back in September 8th of 2025, which is what led to this meeting that we have tonight. So that just kind of gives you an idea of the various public outreach steps that we took during this process. It was a pretty extensive process. So the next slide you'll see is our goal statements, our guiding goal, vision, and goals. And if you can go to the slide after that, please. I'm not going to read all this verbatim, but the vision statement you can see there, and 4 primary goals that were identified as the result of all the input that we received: managing growth, preserving character, enabling prosperity, and aligning infrastructure. Those were the primary goals that were identified. If you go ahead and skip ahead 2 slides, please, to where it says community priorities. Yes. You'll see, and again, I'm not going to go into just a whole lot of detail with these because it's all in the document. I would just encourage you to take a look at that if you haven't already. But these were the priorities that were identified, again, from all the input that we received from those various surveys, the various public meetings, town hall events that we had. These were the various priorities that were identified: proactive investments, tackling challenges. Of course, we want to have a thriving economy, rural preservation in those areas that should have preservation, community focus, and also be fiscally responsible. So if you go to the next slide, this is where I'm probably going to spend most of my time here, is just discussing the future land use policies. And if you go ahead, yes, put that map up. I'm going to leave that map up on the screen for just a little bit as I'm talking about this. There are 3 primary areas that were identified as part of the plan, character area designations, which you can see on the screen before you. The 3 main ones, and we'll talk more specifically about a couple of them. I'm just going to kind of go from the outward rim of the county coming in. You see on the outer edges of the county, you see kind of like a brownish color. That is the rural preserve area. I'll get into those designations here as far as what they mean here in just a moment. As you start coming in, you see a darker green. That is the rural living area. That's probably the one I'll spend the most time talking about. And then in the orangish areas, yellowish oranges, if you will, around the cities, that is the county suburban. Those are primarily areas that are already identified within the urban growth boundaries. There's a couple others on there that you see: crossroads, activity centers that are kind of sprinkled around the county. Didn't have just a ton of discussion on those particular character areas, but obviously we're here and we can help answer questions about those. So I'd like to talk a little bit about each area. The rural preserve is kind of the areas, again, these are at the far reaches of the county, and I'd just leave that map up there. I wouldn't change these slides, but the descriptions of all of them are on the slides on the presentation as if you go forward. But I think leaving the map up here would probably provide you a little bit of visual context as to what we're talking about. These are the areas that, for reasons of having steep topography, lack of septic soils, those kind of things, it's going to be difficult to develop those just because of, an available infrastructure and those kind of things. The county suburban, I'm just going to jump ahead to the county suburban and speak about that briefly. Again, those are the areas that are within the urban growth boundaries. Most of those areas currently are already zoned what we would call residential medium density. We don't foresee just a whole lot of changes to those areas. The area in the middle, though, that green area, that's the one that probably got the most discussion out of all the character areas that we considered. And I will ask that you do turn to that page. It should be the 3rd one on your, if you're looking at the plan, it'd probably be the 2nd one, but if you're looking at the screen and if you're looking at your handout, that'd be the last one. And if you could move the slide forward about 3, one more, thank you. Yeah, just leave that there. Each of these, if you look toward the bottom of that page, each of these have a recommended density. It's a lower end and a higher end. In the rural preserve area, that was roughly about 1 unit per 5 acres. And in the county suburban area, that area within the urban growth boundaries, that was recommended, and that was actually a change. We actually recommended anywhere from 3 to 5 units an acre, because the whole idea of the plan is to try to encourage the growth in areas where infrastructure exists and where it can better handle that growth. The most discussion we had here was on the rural living, and you can see that the lower density and the higher end densities that are discussed here, is the lower end is less than, basically, the lower end being higher lot sizes, basically 1 unit per 5 acres, the higher end being anywhere up to 1 residential unit per acre. Now, I will say that that recommendation was made for this rural living area, which, as you recall on the map, was that green area. Now, some of the concerns that we did hear from the community regarding that, especially like your developers and the home builders and things, and we appreciated the comments, was they wanted to see, instead of 1 unit per acre as the higher end, they wanted to see 2 units per acre on the higher end. There was a lot of discussion about that during the Planning Commission's debate on that specific topic. So what we ended up doing, and it's hard to see on that page, but if you look on either your handout or if you look on what's on your iPad, next to the recommended densities, you'll see some language that was added. And I appreciate Mr. Floyd speaking a little earlier in the comments that he made, but we did make a little bit of a shift here. Rather than saying, okay, higher end up to 2 units per acre, we added some language in there which says, and this is in this, and it's also in the county suburban, where it says a density range is provided as a general guide. The resulting densities may be higher or lower depending on the unique circumstances of each parcel, including, but not limited to, the availability of infrastructure and the design characteristics of the proposed development. So basically what we're saying here is we understand that even in the rural living area and even in some of those county suburban areas, that there are going to be areas that may be identified in that green area where that range is anywhere from 1 unit per acre to 1 unit per 5 acres. But we realize there's going to be land in those areas that are going to be able to, for reasons of having better infrastructure, roads, water, you name it, good septic soil, they're going to be able to handle a higher density than what the recommendations of the plan include. That's why we put that language in there, so on a case-by-case basis, when something like that comes in, we can look at it and say, yes, we agree, this would be an appropriate location for this because it's got good roads, because it's got good infrastructure, you name it. And at that point, they could either ask for a zoning change or there could be recommendations built into the ordinance at some point in the future that would allow for that. So I just wanted to kind of camp out there for just a moment on that. Finally, the last part of this I'm just going to talk about briefly is the proposed actions. You'll see that we talked about the 4 goals a little earlier. These are not all of the proposed actions. I just kind of put a snippet in there for each one just to kind of as an example. There are recommended actions for all of these: managing growth, enabling prosperity, preserving character, and then aligning infrastructure is the last one. So that just kind of, I'm not going to spend really any amount of time on those other than to say these are a list of recommended steps. That does not mean the county is going to do each and every one of these or even in a specific order. They're going to be things that we can identify that are going to be shorter term, things that are longer term. There may be things that just aren't practical. These are just ideas and things for us to consider as we go about the process of implementing the recommendations of the plan. Now, before I ask for any questions, I do want to just talk about a couple things regarding the plan itself, what this plan does do and doesn't do. This plan acts as the foundation, if you will, for growth moving forward, for any decisions that we would make as a commission and as a county moving forward. What this plan does not do, if this plan is adopted tonight, the regulations that are currently in place do not change. If your property is zoned RM, which allows for 3 units per acre today, and it's adopted, it's going to be zoned RM, 3 units per acre tomorrow. That doesn't change. What happens after this plan is adopted, all this is saying is any decisions that need to be made need to be consistent with the recommendations made in this document. That's really what the onus of this discussion is that we're having tonight. If this plan is adopted, the next step for us as a planning department and as the planning commission would be to start identifying items that do need to be updated in our ordinances, our subdivision regulations, our zoning ordinance, our zoning map. Those processes in and of themselves also have public input process. We can't just change the rules without having public notice, without having public meetings, without having like a hearing like we're having today. There's going to be plenty of opportunity for that. When we did the zoning ordinance update after we adopted the plan back in 2011, again, that process took about a year or two, and I don't foresee us having to do any kind of a major rehashing of the ordinance. However, I do think that there are going to be changes that are going to have to be made, and those are things that we can address over time. But we've also had a lot of discussion from people, especially the last few days. I've received some phone calls from folks about Well, especially about the discussion we had about the density in that rural living area. And what happens if, there is a large development that comes along that maybe the plan wasn't anticipating. This is not meant to be a static document. Okay? This plan is meant to evolve in time. What we're proposing tonight is not the same thing that we had when we adopted the plan back in 2011. Times have changed, and so the plan has to be updated periodically. The plan can be amended. If something comes in and we're not anticipating it, we can take it on a case-by-case basis. We can make amendments to the plan. If there is something like a regional type use that comes in, maybe we look at a larger region as an amendment to the plan. That's a possibility as well. This has to follow the same process that we're doing today. But I do want to stress the fact that just because a plan is adopted today, the regulations, that'll follow at a later time. So I think that's all that I'm going to talk about right now. I may have taken just a little longer, but I appreciate your patience, and I'm available for any questions that you all may have.
Questions for Mr. DeMasi? Yes, sir. Commissioner P.
You want us to stand? A couple of questions. A plan is already in place, is that correct?
It was adopted by the Planning Commission back in September, correct?
Okay. I want to use a specific example, and maybe you can pull it up on the map. Baxter Road, there was a recent development
Yes, sir.
approved there. Is that in the brown or is that in the green?
I want to say it might be in the green. I don't have that right. It's hard to tell
That's why I
by.
say
Yeah.
we need somebody to pull that up.
Yeah, could you pull
Specific answers
yeah,
on this.
the map back up, please? Commissioner P, it's going to be difficult to tell looking at that. I don't believe that that was in the urban growth boundary. My guess is it's probably in the green area. So
That's what I'm thinking too, but I'm not sure because it's very close.
It's very close.
Get your line there. The reason I asked is that was approved with this plan in place. How many acres per house did that work out over the lot size? Can you tell
Well,
me?
the lot sizes were about 15,000 square feet. Now, when you look at taking out the step system and everything like that, and again, I'm speaking off the cuff because I just don't have that right in front of me, it probably worked out somewhere overall acreage. Most of our developments are somewhere between 1 and 2 units per acre, roughly.
Well, that's not really a fair assessment, as you well know, because there's other land there he's going to develop and put on that same system. So that would actually lower your lot sizes. Is that correct or not?
Well, the lot sizes would be 15, they had to be a minimum of 15,000 square feet regardless, so yeah.
Well, here's my point. I don't see that this has changed anything as far as what our zoning is doing, at least in this area. And like I said, that's why I specifically want to know, and I still want to know that before I leave here tonight, whether that's in the brown or the green, if you can help me with that. Whether you have a sand filtration system or whether you don't, the zoning is still the same out there.
That's correct, yes. If they were doing sand filtration systems, the lots, individual septic systems as opposed to the step system, the lot sizes would have to be a lot bigger, and they probably wouldn't have gotten as many, quite frankly, because of soil location, the amount of soil per each house, those kind of things.
Well, I mean, that's farmland that's recently been sold, and, I'm very familiar with that. It's next to another subdivision that is also part of the same farm at one time. So we have a lot more development coming out in my area, is why I specifically wanted to know about this particular area. And again, before I leave tonight, I'd like to have that answer.
Okay, I'll see what I can come up with.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir. Commissioner James.
I'm wondering if you can clarify a few definitions for me, just for peace of mind as I digest more of the details of this. On slide 75, under the proposed actions, can you go into the definitions of what you mean with short-term, long-term? What is the parameters? 6 months, 10 years? And how would the partnerships as being presented in here, any ideas how that would work or look like
Well-
as you're planning? I know they're specific in case by case.
Right.
But what are the parameters that would go under? And especially primarily the things like short-term, long-term, what would that?
Generally, short-term is anywhere within 5 years. I don't know if the document actually calls that out, but generally a short-term improvement, I'm talking anywhere within 5 years or so. Long or mid-term, probably anywhere from 5 to 10 years. Long-term would be longer than that. There's not a specific, if you don't have it done in X amount of years. Again, these are recommendations. The partnerships, I think we identified as looking at some of these items and thinking, okay, this is not something that we are going to be able to handle or should not handle as just the county by himself. Well, let's use housing affordability. I'm sure that'll come up tonight. Housing affordability, I've said for many meetings, is not something the county can solve on its own. That has to be a county-wide approach. So that's not necessarily identifying specific partners at that time. When we say partnership, we just are saying we feel that that's going to require a joint effort, not just something that the county staff can tackle.
Other questions? I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman.
Commissioner Dodd.
Doug, on the property that Commissioner P. specifically mentioned, was that submittal, did it begin prior to the September 8th adoption
Yes.
of Plan Rutherford?
It did.
So it was to some degree grandfathered in. I'm using the word.
Well, I wouldn't, yeah, the word I would use is it's invested's not the right
It
word.
predated
But
it.
it should be considered under the regulations in which it was submitted, so.
Okay. So after that particular site was submitted, I'm under the impression that the Planning Commission and the Planning Department have been encouraging developers to not submit items that deviate from Plan Rutherford. Is there some trend that Plan Rutherford is defaulting to, we want to see 1 acre per lot submitted, and that the 15,000 or PUDs are not encouraged right now because Plan Rutherford has been adopted? Walk me through the implications of Plan Rutherford as a guide. Is it being used as a tacit rule?
As far as how we're using it right now, most of what we're using it for right now has been for our rezoning applications, identifying where these areas are, if they're along major arterials, putting language into the staff reports that we prepare. Again, the zoning of the property is still what it is. That has not changed. Regardless of what Plan Rutherford says, the zoning is what is controlling right now. So if somebody comes in and says, well, this area is in somewhere between the range of 1 to 5 units per, or I'm sorry, 1 to 5 acres per unit, but the land is zoned for 3 units per acre, I mean, that's kind of what's guiding. So that, like I said a moment ago during my comments, the zoning of the property isn't changing if this is adopted. Those are changes that are going to have to be discussed in time. Now, the reason I don't think plan developments are not being encouraged right now really as a result of Plan Rutherford. I think that's more of a case that there are issues with plan developments with the smaller lots that we were running into from staff standpoint, from utility provision standpoints and things like that, that we're trying to wrap our heads around. There are changes that need to be made to that. I'm not saying that we're never going to have a plan development again. In fact, we still have quite a few commercial plan developments that are being submitted to our office. So it's really, I think, more on the residential side. But I think that there are concerns with the Planning Commission about these smaller lot subdivisions. And, while I understand, the reason why, developers would like those, there's going to have to be a balance in there. And some other things that we've talked about as far as smaller lots would be looking at things like conservation design subdivisions, things like that, where you don't necessarily have to ask for a rezoning, but you're able to get smaller lots. We just haven't, those are things we need to flesh out.
Yeah, thank you. And I know that in my development world, we've walked away from the 56-foot lots and the 60-foot lots,
right,
and the 124-foot deep lots. We voluntarily have gone to 65 by 130 minimum, just because we've learned from the PUD experience that the Planning Commission has been through. So I will say I commend you for putting some constraints on that. If a development came in with it currently Plan Rutherford adopted, would they have to seek, quote, a rezoning to achieve greater than 1 unit per acre? Or is it by default 1 unit per acre, and to deviate from Plan Rutherford to achieve 2 per acre or 1.5, is that a zoning process, an application that could be approved or denied by the will of the Planning Commission? Does that make sense?
Well, I believe it does, but let me ask a question to clarify. Are you talking under the current zoning, or are you assuming that zoning has been changed?
No, the current zoning is REM,
Right.
which is residential medium density, 15,000 square feet per lot minimum, correct?
Correct.
About a quarter acre, a little over a quarter.
Third of an acre.
Third of an acre.
Yeah.
That's what REM is now. Plan Rutherford says that the desire of Plan Rutherford, the intention is the default becomes 1 unit per acre is how it feels to me. It senses that. Will the Planning Commission entertain, how will the Planning Commission entertain anything less than, greater than 1 unit per acre? Is it a zoning?
Well, yes.
Change.
Let me answer that question a couple different ways. First of all, under the current zoning, if they come in with a development, regardless of what the plan says, if they come in with a development that meets the zoning regulations, that meets the zoning map as far as what the property is zoned RM, like you were saying, that's what's guiding. That's what is effective right now. So there would be no reason to zone the property if they just wanted to do the 15,000 square foot lots. Now, if they wanted to do something smaller than that, at that point, yes, they would have to ask for a rezoning. That's no different prior to Plan Rutherford than it would be after. Now, let's, for the sake of argument, just say, okay, let's say the plan's adopted. Let's say in 2 years, we'll just throw that out there. I'm not saying that's when it's going to happen. Let's just say in 2 years, the zoning is changed to reflect the recommendations of the plan. Is there still the ability for people to make a rezoning application based on some of the comments I made earlier about there are areas within these, the rural living area especially, that seems to be, again, the biggest concern. Let's say there's an area there, it's got really good soil, it's along a major road, we don't have as many concerns, there's a lot of water there, everything's good. Can they make an application at that point? Yes, I mean, they can make an application regardless, but at that point, we'd look at that and say, oh, it's got all this good infrastructure, we're okay with a little bit higher density here. We could still approve that, and in my mind, I still believe we're consistent with the plan. Does that answer your question?
It does, and I'll sit down after this one. So thanks for your patience, commissioners. It does, but I still will challenge that my observation as a planning commission and talking to some commissioners who have properties in their district that I know developers are interested in, almost to a person they're saying, we're not going to deviate from Plan Rutherford. So I feel it feels like it will be applied more diligently than your intention. That's a comment. I guess that doesn't really require a response.
Right, and as staff, I think what we would have to get across is, you know, if they're approving a development that's got good infrastructure, it's got good water, it's got good roads, soil is fine, we don't have those concerns, I don't feel it's a deviation at that point. So that would be the point I would make during the discussion at the Planning Commission. Now, you know, the Planning Commission is going to do what they're going to do, but that would be my recommendation. Now, if somebody comes in with a piece of property, it's on a one-lane road, and says, well, I want to get all these houses on here, even though it says in this area that I'm allowed to have X amount of units, I still want more than that. I think that gives us some cover right there. So, well, no, you don't have the infrastructure necessary to support this growth. And, you know, overall, the plan, and I think that's out there too, you know, Rutherford County, we're not trying to slow down the growth. We're just trying to say it makes more sense in certain areas, where there's already infrastructure present to handle it. You know, do we want to see a bunch of subdivisions on a one-lane road? No. Let's say that one-lane road's expanded to a 2- or 3-lane road and water's down there. We look at that differently at that point. Like I said, if it's a major road improvement and a major water line improvement, you look at amending the plan to say, okay, this area can handle more growth at this point. So it's something we just have to, you know, evolve with during our time.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Commissioner Beverly.
I guess I'm wanting a little clarity. If this is adopted as presented, what zoning ordinances do you see being changed? And to follow that up, kind of define what is going to be allowed by right in rural living, because that's how we've been operating, and I want to make sure that that's clear moving forward.
I think some of the changes that would have to be made at some point, you would have to we'd have to either amend or create zoning districts for different minimum lot sizes. We already have a 1 unit per minimum lot, residential low density. We already have a zone for that. We also have a zone for anything 5 acres or larger, agricultural residential. There may be an opportunity to put something in there that's kind of in the middle. You know, that's an opportunity. That's something for us to consider. I would feel that at some point, we would have to do a more specific study on areas of the county. This may not be something that we could do just countywide. We have to look at an area, just, pick one of the more rural areas and say, okay, this is kind of high level, this plan, the 50,000-foot angle or view, if you will, and you would have to start kind of mining down into the specific areas. I'll just use Christiana as an example, since it's your district anyway. There are areas in Christiana that are more rural, as you know, but there are areas, especially around like downtown Christiana, Fosterville, those kind of places, a different development pattern may be more appropriate there. Those are the discussions we need to have as far as how is the zoning more appropriate in these areas, what's more appropriate here versus what's over here. This document is not meant to do that. It's meant to kind of give you overall recommendations, but it gives us the opportunity as staff and as the Planning Commission and ultimately the County Commission, because any zoning changes would have to come before you, to look at a more detailed plan and say, okay, this makes more sense here. And again, that's a public process that we would have to get involved with.
I guess my follow-up question would be to that, is if we're establishing the boundaries as lower end is less than one unit, residential unit per 5 acres, but the higher end is one residential unit per acre, but we're looking at adopting a potential zoning district that could be different than that, but still within the rules.
Still within the range. Yeah, it would still be within the range. Yeah, it's not, if I'm understanding your question correctly, it's not, this area has to be 1 acre, this area has to be 5 acres. We could look at that and say, well, this area, maybe we're okay with a slightly larger lot size, but not as high as 5 acres. Is that
right,
what you're
because
asking?
it would vary based on where it is.
Correct.
But the highest density it would be on any zoning district in rural living would be a 1-to-1.
Again, that's the recommended densities. Now, again, I go back to that language that we put in there, that it's meant to be a general guide, that there may be areas in there that we may identify that may be able to handle higher densities, even within the rural living area. And I think those areas could qualify for, maybe the RM zoning or something like that. I do believe that that is the case, but without delving down more into each area specifically, it's difficult to say right now. But
so if the zoning districts and any change in zoning ordinance is going to be driving this, does Plan Rutherford have any teeth? Is kind of the question.
Well, yeah, the teeth come because you're using that as your base of your recommendations. Any land use decisions you would make after that, we would look at that and say, okay, is this consistent with the plan? And if it is, we would tell you, yes, we feel this is consistent with the plan. If there are discussion points, like with any of the discussion of the zoning changes that we might propose in the future, and we have none proposed right now, just so everybody realizes, but if there's some discussion, say, well, I'd rather see this here and there, and we would look at that and say, well, okay, maybe this is okay, maybe this one we don't feel is consistent with the regulation or with the overall plan. But again, as things change, if we look at that and say, well, you know what, maybe that needs to be changed in the plan. That can be changed in the plan, then it is consistent. So it's kind of, you've got two things kind of going on parallel tracks.
I see, and that was bringing me to my next question of whatever decision we make here tonight, let's fast forward, economic conditions change, whatever. How do we go about changing the plan to match our zoning ordinances if we realize we want to change the zoning ordinance?
It's the same process. What we would do is, the county commission can instruct staff, and I believe the state law does allow for you to say, okay, you guys need to start looking at this. Of course, we keep our tabs on those kind of things too, and so does the planning commission. So they would look at it and say, okay, we need to start looking at these areas. Of course, we have, lots of discussions with administration, the mayor's office. They may look at something, they may know things that we're not aware of and say, hey, this is something we need to look into. But to answer your question, yes, it's meant to be a document that can be changed over time. It's not meant to be, it's adopted, this is what's going to be for the next 10, 15 years.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Commissioner P.
First, I want to thank Commissioner Dodd for bringing up that Baxter Road project, because I meant to ask, was it applied for before or after approval? Evidently, it was before approval. Now, my question is, it's been approved now, regardless of what we do tonight. Would that make any difference at that hearing on how this development went forward?
No, because it's going by the zoning, because the zoning is what dictates, as well as the subdivision regulations. This again is kind of the foundation. Everything has to come on top of that. So when we adopted our last plan back in 2011, you'll recall the changes to the zoning ordinance were about 2 years after that, maybe a year and a half. But so ultimately the changes that need to be made have to be made in another process, another public process, but what binds, what's controlling is the zoning and the subdivision regulations that are applicable at that time.
Well, I'm really confused now because let's just assume Baxter's in the brown area. How would that affect it?
Okay, I don't think
Assuming
it
it's in the
is.
green.
I'm pretty sure it is, yeah, I don't
If
think
it
it's.
was in the brown, what would be the case there?
Again, the zoning is what the effective zoning right now is what dictates. So even if it was in the brown area, now most of that area currently that's in the brown right there, you're probably looking at what's currently zoned RL, which is 1 unit per acre. So we wouldn't have seen that development you're talking about there. So,
You say,
yeah, the Baxter Road development, I'm sorry, what?
I misheard you there. Did you say we would have seen this same development?
Would not have.
or not?
You would not have seen
If
that.
it was in the brown?
If it was in the brown, because like I said, that area that's in the brown right there, all that area is primarily zoned residential low density, which is a 1 unit per acre minimum. So that plan, the Baxter Road subdivision you talk about, would not have come, we wouldn't have allowed it in that area. The lot sizes were too small.
Okay, well, that clarifies some things for me because I understood you to say that current zoning would stand regardless of what zone it was in. So that's.
Well, the current zoning does apply. That is correct. But
Then how would you reduce the lot sizes or increase the density in the brown area?
well, it's not in the brown area. So
I'm saying if there was a lot in the brown area, I'm not talking specifically about this one right now.
Well, the only way to, okay, again, I'm going to go back to what I was talking with Commissioner Dodd about. The zoning.
We're both of us are wanting clarity.
Right.
You know, and I don't have it right now specifically, but, you know, I get a feeling that there's an arbitrary line out there and zoning is not going to apply for one side the same as it does on the other. And whether Baxter Road's in or out of the brown, since it was put there before, you said it would make a difference on when it's applied. Now, it's been adopted, so anything that's been applied for since the adoption, you would have to look at these lines. Is that correct?
What you would have to look at is the zoning, and I think I've said that, and maybe I'm just not being clear, and I apologize. The zoning of the property currently is what is going to apply. Okay? It
Whether
doesn't
it's
matter
in
if
the
we
brown
adopt.
or the green.
It doesn't matter. That's correct.
Okay.
It doesn't matter.
And see, and that's what I've been hearing, and then that's what's making me wonder, well, why are all these people upset that maybe they won't be able to develop their property the way they want to if they decided they want a higher density? You know, myself, you know, I've got property that's probably in the brown. I may have some, if you're correct, on Baxter Road. I've got some that's in the green. But I think I still have the option to sell it if I wanted to develop it the way it's zoned. Is that?
That is correct. That is a correct statement. What the current zoning is right now. Now, of course, there's a lot of land in the county, and you and I, you know this. There's a lot of land out there, larger tracts of land that people are going to think they're going to get all kinds of lots on, but it turns out that they'd only have septic soil on it for maybe a half a dozen houses.
Well, the reason we're not developed on this east side of the county is we're uphill and we're rocky. You know,
Right.
We know
Right.
that.
Right.
We're kind of glad to have those rocks now. Truth.
Right, right.
I mean,
But, yeah.
That's the fact of life of why this hadn't developed the same way it has out
Yeah.
in that good soil area out toward Eagleville and Rockville.
Yeah, and there are areas, I mean, and I've had conversations with people about this. I said, there are properties in the county, you could zone them 100 units per acre. You're going to get 1 or 2 soul sites. I don't care what you zone it. You're going to get 1 or 2 houses, that's it.
It really doesn't matter if you've got enough land to put a sand filtration system in. Is that correct?
It depends on the soil.
Because you're allowing that.
It depends on the soil. The soil, obviously, and you're right, the sand filtration or your step systems, they don't create soil, okay? I've had many people call my office and say, hey, I want to build so many houses on this property, and we kind of look at the soil surveys, if you will. Of course, we're not soil scientists, and we tell them, you know, the soil out here is not looking that good, and they'll say, well, I want to use a step system. I'm like, well, that's great. You still got to have the septic soil for the step system. You know, the step system doesn't magically create the soil, so. I think we're saying the same thing.
Well, I hope we are.
Yeah.
I think I've got a little better feel of what we're doing. Thank you, Doug.
You're welcome.
Other questions for Mr. Demasi at this time? Commissioner Oliver.
Thank you. Again, I'm trying to get clarity as well. My first question, though, is how many survey responses did you get?
How many what?
Survey responses did you get? Because on your guide, you only said 50 or above, so does that mean you got less than 100?
No, I think it was several hundred, but I mean, when it comes to survey responses and things, and I know that's been talked about during other public meetings, as a planner, I want as much public input as we can possibly get. We put the surveys out there, we advertise them, but people are going to do it, people aren't going to do it. We have no control over that. I can't go to someone's house and say, you have to do this, obviously.
So we got minimal input. Okay, my next question, it sounds like zoning guides development. The zoning ordinances will guide the development.
Well, currently, what the property is zoned, that is correct.
Okay, so the current zoning is based on the previous plan, though, correct?
Correct.
So then if you have this new plan adopted, then that means zoning is going to change again.
At some point, yes, ma'am.
Okay,
That's the
so
plan.
my next question is, what does adoption of this plan by this body do?
Okay.
Because it's already been adopted by the Planning Commission, so why do you need this body to adopt this plan?
If this plan is adopted by the full county commission, it has more teeth, if you will. It becomes more of a rule of law. So at that point, the county commission, what you're saying is we will follow the recommendations of the plan as they are presented in here. So you're basically saying, yes, we agree with these recommendations and we will abide by those recommendations of the plan when we make any decisions on land use items. That's basically what adopting the plan at the county commission level does.
Commissioner Dodd.
Thank you. Commissioner Oliver, if this plan's adopted, I'm reading from the resolution that was on our SharePoint. Be it further resolved that pursuant to TCA 133303, any land use decisions thereafter made by the Rutherford County Board of Commissioners, the Rutherford County Regional Planning Commission, or the Rutherford County Board of Zoning Appeals, when the Rutherford County Board of Zoning Appeals is exercising its powers on matters other than variances, must be consistent with Plan Rutherford.
That's right from the law. That's correct.
I'm reading that, but I don't know what the heck I just read. So, but that suggests to me that if we approve this, Commissioner Oliver, if we adopt it rather, excuse me, if we adopt it, it mires the plan in more bureaucracy than if we leave it at the Planning Commission. Is that
Well, I guess I would ask you, Commissioner Dodd, when you say it mires it in more bureaucracy, I'm not quite sure I understand what
this suggests that it requires the full commission to engage in the ability for the Plan Rutherford to be flexible. And your whole night you've been saying it's flexible, it's just a guide. This suggests to me that if we adopt it, then you lose some of the flexibility, and it has to come back and forth to the commission to make changes that you would otherwise make at the Planning Commission level. And I may need Nick to jump in here because...
And that is my point.
And I guess
That's my point.
Yeah, and I guess I would counter that by saying that I feel that there's, especially when it comes to the densities and things that we're talking about, I know that that's been driving most of this discussion. I would counter that by saying I believe we've built in flexibility here that would allow for some, I don't want to say the right word, probably not deviation, but some deviation from some of these recommended densities, the language that we put in there. I don't think those decisions, if they're made and they're consistent with good infrastructure, sound planning principles, I don't think that's necessarily doing anything different than what you're currently doing. Because as staff, we're going to make that recommendation to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission is going to make that recommendation to the County Commission. We're going to be looking at the plan the entire time. Now, will that mean that from time to time you may have to look at plan amendments from time to time? I mean, that is a possibility, yes.
We had a letter on our desk, an attorney, a law firm had been retained by MTAR, who at this 11th hour presented a paragraph that said the consequences of formal adoption would in effect elevate the plan to the functional equivalent of a zoning ordinance, which is a distressing comment for us.
I would also counter that by saying the zoning ordinance and this long-range plan are two separate documents.
I agree.
And I mean, as far as their focus, And as far as their detail, this is meant to be more high level. The zoning ordinance is what gets down to the nitty-gritty.
I agree, and Commissioner Oliver stated that question well, and you answered it well. I am just still struggling with, there's a little bit of gray area between the Planning Commission adopting it and we simply support it versus we adopt it. There's a transition there that this document, if any other commissioners read it, please speak up. This document suggests we be cautious with adoption at this point versus support.
Right, and
I am
I'll
for this
say-
plan. Let me be clear. I am for a plan, a comprehensive plan. Thank you, Jesus. We're doing a comprehensive plan. It's time. Great job on everybody's behalf. There's just a couple of consequences I want to understand. And I think tonight is our only opportunity to vet consequences. So thanks for letting me be so persistent. I'll need to hear from perhaps
And I'll say,
Nick.
like you said, that letter that came in, apparently I was copied on that email. For some reason, my email today's been acting strange. I did not get the letter. And I believe that our attorney, Nick Christensen, he did text it to me, but again, that was about 5 o'clock. I haven't had a chance to really delve into what it said and anything. It would have been nice to have that a little earlier, that we could have reviewed that a little more thoroughly.
If I could interject right here, I'd like to ask our county attorney to make a comment on that. This thing came out, if we're talking about a 12th hour, it came out at 11:58 this afternoon, and no one has had the opportunity to look at it, but we're expected to make a decision based on that. I find that somewhat objectionable, but our current county attorney has tried to take a look at that, and I'd like for him to make a comment on that, Commissioner Dodd.
I'm happy to. So whenever you get a letter from legal counsel, and I know Mr. Henry, you have to understand the auspices in which it is written and who it is written on behalf of. And so you can take that for what it's worth, and all the commissioners here are very familiar with the development community and the real estate community. With that being said, there are portions of the letter that I believe are correct in that now that the Planning Commission has approved of Plan Rutherford, it is in effect, and for them it is a guide, so it doesn't have the force of local law. The way that the statute is written on this is it required the Planning Commission to transmit what it approved up to this body. And so that's what's happened now. And the language that Commissioner Dodd recited from the resolution at the tail end of it is expressly identical to what is in state law if this body adopts Plan Rutherford. It becomes local law. It has the weight of law. So it does, to an extent, I agree, further constrain land use decisions to conform with the plan. The question for the body, the policy question for the body, is whether you think that's a good thing or a bad thing. Further, with that said, again, I'm not advocating either way on the policy decision, but Mr. DeMasi is correct that the way that I understand the language within the plan is it does provide flexibility, particularly in the green zone area, where it sets a high level and a low level, but then gives case-by-case basis for allowing the Planning Commission and this body, if the decision comes up to this body, to allow for higher densities if the infrastructure is in place and if the soils are in place. Mr. DeMasi is also correct that corresponding with all this, you will have to have zoning amendments to get higher density. Now, those zoning amendments can be initiated by the applicant and I believe also by the Planning Commission. And I wasn't here in 2011. I think I was graduating law school in 2011. But I don't know what sort of precipitated the zoning changes in the couple years after the original adoption in 2011, whether they were county initiated or whether they were applicant driven. But this to me is a plan that has been worked on. I do know that for a very, very long time. And there's a lot of efforts there. I think that wasn't there a steering committee that was put in place for it. In terms of what you do here tonight, yes, you can adopt it. If you do, it does become more weighty and local law. I will echo again, it is a breathing document, just like the Constitution, so amendments can be made to it if certain issues arise and if something's not working or if further politics occur between discussions in the county commission and the building community and the real estate community to make further changes to it. Amendments can occur and the statute lays out the procedure for how those amendments can occur.
Sure. I've got a few more questions, I guess, Doug. One, I want to point out that a citizen I greatly respect brought this up, that this is a vision of what we want. And we will have to make the zoning changes after the fact to match our vision. It's not the other way around. And that voting tonight is showing that we share a vision, this vision presented to us. That is what we are signifying, but I guess I've got a question. Tomorrow morning, we pass this. Someone applies for a development that goes denser than a 1-to-1 ratio but matches current RM zoning. By right, what are they allowed to do?
Whatever the current zoning allows.
Exactly. And that's my point. Now we have, and it will take, you said, roughly 2 years to get the zoning ordinance changed?
Realistically, I mean, there may be some things that we can put into practice faster than others. When it comes to looking at wholesale land use zoning changes and things, that's the longer process. So it's going to be several months, if not a year or two, yes.
And that's my concern. We have seen how fast growth can happen in this county. What happens if we pass this tonight? The building community now knows it will be more constrained, but anything RM currently zoned will be allowed. You're going to see a fire sale. Can we keep up with schools? Are we prepared for the cost of schools, infrastructure? Is CUD ready to follow this with water? We've got to be ready for that, because we just start a timer saying, get your projects in now, you've got a year. We've got to be ready for that.
And I will say, well, I understand, yeah, and I understand where you're coming from. I will, at the same time, also say that a lot of these projects that we deal with, people that come in, these projects, I mean, the first time we see them, there's probably been months and months of background planning that's gone on before we're ever even involved. You know, if somebody has to make the decision to sell their property, at that point, somebody has to get with a civil engineer or something and say, okay, we want to sell this. What do we need to do? Get with a developer, whatever. They need to start doing soil analysis. They need to start doing water availability, all these things. These things take plenty of time, you know, in and of themselves, months, sometimes years before they even ever get to our point, to our office. So while I understand what you're saying, if this is adopted tonight, I don't think tomorrow morning we open the door and there's a line of people saying, I'm selling my property, I want to develop 100 houses on it. You know what I mean? There's going to be, I'm not saying that there's not the potential of something like that happening, that maybe this would, be the catalyst that might get some people involved in the process a little earlier than they meant to, but there is still a process that has to be followed. And if somebody comes in and says, well, I want to subdivide my property, okay, have you done your soil work yet? No. Have you had your water availability? No. What about roads? You're on a state road. Have you talked to TDOT? No. Okay. These are things all have to be done. We're talking months and months of planning before we even get this concept plan involved.
I agree with you 100%, and we're grateful for the time it takes, because you don't want to move quickly on something like that.
Right.
But I know of developments in my district that they've already started that process. They've been shelved, and I have a feeling it's going to be brought back up if it gets constrained. Those are the things I'm worried about. And also, national builders have resources that local builders don't, that can move those a lot quicker because it can be done in-house. So it concerns me that we may get our back pressed against the wall to where we have infrastructure costs that we can't keep up with. Ideally, if we're looking at making these changes and now potentially adopting zoning districts to allow some type of compromise here, I'd like to know that now, rather than we'll deal with it later. We'll deal with it later. That's just my personal opinion.
Commissioner Beverly hit on a point, if I could interject, thank you, hit on a point a minute ago about a vision. And let me just say that this is a long-term, comprehensive vision for the county, not a reaction to what's going on right now, but a vision that our community has developed and come to a consensus that they want some rural areas to be protected long-term. That's the reason that this plan is put in effect, because we reached a consensus with the development community, with the real estate community, with the citizens at whole. Did we agree on everything? The answer is no, but it was a consensus. And this is not a plan for the next year or two, but a long-term comprehensive plan, a vision as to what the community wanted to see Rutherford County look like into the future. All of you know, and I don't have to preach to you, all of you know that the Rutherford County that I grew up in, Commissioner McAdoo grew up in, Commissioner P grew up in, no longer exist. But there are still people within the county that every month at Planning Commission meetings make the statement, I moved here to be in the country, to live in a rural environment. And that's what the long-term comprehensive plan is trying to protect. Some rural areas in the county. Does that mean that you can't develop that? It doesn't at all. And when the idea of more dense than 1 unit per acre came up, the Planning Commission once again adopted language to say you can do it. Just present your plan to us, and if it's a good plan and the infrastructure is there, you can do it. That's more flexibility than 2 acres per unit. That's more flexibility than what some of the things that I've heard recently. But let me just kind of go back and say, you guys know it. This commission, when it's been seated, some of the decisions we make are considered what is in the long-term best interest of the county. Do we always agree? No, we do not. But that's the consensus that this commission comes up with. What is in the long-term best interest of the county, not what can we do to get by this year, but what is in the long-term best interest of the county. And that's the reason that this comprehensive plan exists. And that's the reason that it is a living document, okay? It is a living document, and we can change that. We as a commission can change that. The Planning Commission can make recommendations to change that. So it's not considered something that is going to solve a problem right now, but to look into the future, long-term into the future, and say, hey, do we want all of our property to be developed the way some of the property is developed? If you can look at that map and look at the northern end of the county, there is no brown, there is no green. There is none. Or there's very little. And once again, I don't know how else to say it, but this is a vision. It's a guideline. It's not rules and regulations. It's a guideline, a suggested guideline for us, the Planning Commission, to take a look at as to how we develop the county in the future. Doesn't mean that we have to follow it, but it is a guideline for us to use. And it is a vision that we've spent hours and hours and hours and hours on trying to develop that. And we've listened to everybody. We've listened to the development community. We've listened to the real estate community, and we've listened and listened and listened to the citizens of the county. And we're reacting to that. But if you've attended Planning Commission meetings, and I've attended to them for 34 years, if you've attended those things, what we're hearing over and over again are lot sizes that I thought it was great to have a planned unit development, but I can't even have enough room to pass a ball with my son in the backyard. We're taking those things under consideration. That as far as the rural areas, all of the urban development areas are still intact where the infrastructure is available. Will the infrastructure be available on those outer rings at some point in time? Quite probably, and that vision will change. It's a living document. I'm sorry to go on for so long, but any other questions for Mr. DeMasi at this time? Mr. Dunn,
Thank you,
I'm sorry.
Chairman. So that having been said, and a couple of questions raised by Commissioner Oliver and myself, and we're questioning adoption versus support or whatever. Chairman, what is the agenda from this moment forward tonight? Is we're beginning to debate the plan, and we hadn't had a public hearing, so what was, because I could make amendments, I could do things, but I want to make sure that to honor the deliberation of 21 people, how should we proceed in the next minutes or the next hours? And if a public hearing occurs, is that when we deliberate and consider support, adoption, or amendments? Or do we do that before? Are we getting ahead of ourselves? Does somebody help me with that?
Go ahead.
I think that the initial part here was to have commissioners ask Doug DeMasi certain questions about the plan. That may be coming to a conclusion at this point. We have to have a public hearing. That is required by state law. And so that may be the next phase of this, to hear from the public what their comments are, subject to our comment rules. Once that's concluded, then it'll be on the floor for any motions that would be necessary to either adopt or do whatever y'all want to do on it.
And so lack of clarity from some disturbing information in this letter I referred to, is that to deliberate now before the public hearing or after? We pause here, we have a public hearing, and then will we be allowed to understand the ramifications of adoption versus support versus no action versus?
I'm happy to go into that now. So
I don't know what the will of the body is.
So,
do we have to hear from the public first, or do we deliberate now, ladies and gentlemen?
I would suggest that we do our questions, any one of us who has questions, so that anybody in the public who wants to speak has as much information before they speak, and whatever they speak to us about can then add for us to deliberate once a motion is or is not made at that point. Because I still have some questions to follow up myself with.
It's a little different, Commissioner Dodd and Commissioner James, than a normal commission meeting when we have public hearings. Normally what happens is that the planning director presents that item. We ask the staff questions. We have public hearings. And then the commissioner who resides in that area makes a motion. And that's exactly what's going to happen tonight. It's a little bit different, but that's the procedure that we'll follow tonight. We can still ask any questions that's on your mind. And the reason that we have public hearings is so that the public can have input into these decisions that affect them. And that's what we'll do. And we'll go as pretty much as long as necessary. And let me just say that if we get hours into these public hearings and people are saying the same thing over and over and over again, I'll try to cut it off. Doesn't mean I will, but I'll make an attempt to cut it off so that we can bring it back and make some decisions. But just like any commission meeting that we conduct public hearings, you've seen a presentation by our planning director. We're having discussions on that. Now we're going to get into public hearings, and then after that, the commissioner in charge, this time it will be the chairman of our planning commission, will make a recommendation. It'll be up to us to deliberate, ask more questions, and then vote on whether or not to adopt that. And there can also be amendments at that time as well.
Hence my concern that we may not be able to go to public hearing yet, in my opinion, because of the ramifications of adoption by this body sound like they have significant consequences that I was unclear on. I've been asking for the last few months, and I've never quite gotten a comfort level. What does teeth mean? I'm hearing now the teeth could elevate the plan to the functional equivalent of a zoning ordinance, transforming it from a policy guide into binding law. This shift would eliminate the case-by-case discretion currently exercised by the Commission, Planning Commission, and Board of Zoning Appeals. So what I don't want to beat this. I don't want to condemn the plan. But I want to be cautious that after the public hearing, if this motion is read, if the motion we have before us is read, it's a motion to adopt. And it becomes, in one of Nick's words, then it becomes law, and it's currently policy. Am I making myself clear? I'm reluctant to push this to a public hearing yet until I understand the difference between adoption, supporting only. If we wait and the chairman just immediately rises and reads this resolution, it concludes with, "I so move," and it becomes, there'll be a discussion, but the discussion would be on a motion to adopt. That's what I want to be cautious, that we don't adopt prematurely.
I think Nick can probably answer a lot better than I can, but there is no difference in the law the regulations that you just read, and the plan that's being proposed, than in the plan that's in place right now. It's identical. There's no difference, Commissioner. Is that right, Nick?
Yeah, if I could. So I give Mr. Henry, he's been in the industry for a very long time, so it's not a comment in any way on him. I don't know if he has read the plan. I just don't know. I haven't spoken to him. And I think it's important, and every commissioner here, if you haven't read the plan, you should do so quickly before there's a motion made tonight. But the plan itself has the language when it's describing the density in the different corridors and regions, that it's recommended density. So I'm looking now at the county suburban page on the comprehensive plan, and it says recommended density, lower end 3 residential unit per acre, higher end up to 5 residential units per acre. And then it says to the right, a density range is provided as a general guide. The resulting densities may be higher or lower depending on the unique circumstances of each parcel, including but not limited to the availability of infrastructure and the design characteristics of the proposed development. So I'm speaking, I think what Doug would say is the plan, if it becomes law, already inherently has flexibility built into it to retain the discretion of the Planning Commission in their decisions. Doug, did I say that correctly?
Yes, sir, you did. I would add on to that, as far as the whole idea of consistency with our recommendations and decisions that we make as a planning commission and as a county commission, those should be consistent regardless. Even if the plan is advisory, I still feel that those should be consistent. Why would you want to make a recommendation that is anti the recommendations made in your plan, personally? And quite frankly, there's the opportunity there for discussion as to whether or not you feel certain activities or certain developments that we see. We may look at something and say, we feel that this is not consistent with the plan. It goes to the Planning Commission, a public hearing, there's discussion. They're like, well, you know, for these reasons, we think that it is. It goes to the County Commission, we think that it is too. I mean, it's no different than what we're currently doing as far as staff reviewing the application, staff making a recommendation, the Planning Commission taking that recommendation, making their own, bringing it up to the County Commission saying we agree or don't agree that a plan or that this application is either consistent with the plan or, you know, either the previous plan or the currently adopted plan. In my mind, it's no different than what we currently do. I think any kind of a land use decision, it should be made consistent with recommendations of the plan. And as we've said on several occasions, if there are items in the plan that for some reason, due to growth in a certain area, something comes in that we weren't anticipating, then you have the ability to change the plan. That doesn't go away. This isn't a document that is adopted day one and it's like that for the next 20 years. At least it shouldn't be like that. So in my mind, there's really no difference in how things would proceed after adoption as it does currently, because that's how we operate anyway.
Commissioner Dodd, if I could piggyback off of Mr. Damasi, you know, envision a scenario where the Planning Commission uses this plan on a rezoning and, or whatever the case may be, and it comes up to this body for some decision, some land use decision. And this body, for whatever reason, wants to stray far away from this plan and do something totally different. And then are we faced with a lawsuit from the community that surrounds that is affected by the decision, or is the decision adverse to the developer, and that spurns a lawsuit? Well, again, I think that the language in the plan is artfully drawn to have an argument, at least I would argue in court, that it doesn't say that the density is required to be lower end 3 residential units per acre or required at the higher end to be 5 residential units per acre. It uses as a recommendation. And it also says that the density range can be changed. And so you're still retaining the inherent discretion of the various governing bodies to make decisions.
I'd like to wrap this question period up. I'll take a couple more, and then we're going to get into our public hearings. Commissioner James.
I had a couple specific questions, but like I'm wanting to know, let's go with this one. On this page right here, in my district, looking at the Stewart's Creek and the Elmville, what was the decisions between Village and Activity Center at those locations? What led to that conversation or led to that being placed in that format at those locations?
To answer the question, Commissioner James, when it comes to activity centers, when you look at the description that's on that map that you're talking about, it says it's a special or unique district that includes uses that defy general definition and warrant their own category. Examples could be, well, let me use examples, a regional racetrack, amusement park, et cetera. They're unique.
All due respect, Doug, I read it. We read it. I just wondered.
But I guess my point, the point I'm trying to make is that area was identified, let's start with the Almaville Road area. That area was identified as that just because of its proximity as a major interchange right there to 840. That's going to have unique characteristics that other areas in the county aren't going to have, even along a state route, just because of the fact that there's an interstate right there. There is the ability, and you see on a lot of interstate interchanges, there's the ability for higher intensity development, provided, again, that the infrastructure is present. The Village was a little further up the road. That area, I think, was identified more on the auspices that there's a lot of development going on in that area. A lot of that area is actually is becoming within the town of Smyrna. Obviously, if those areas were to be annexed into the town, then they would have their own recommendations and things that they would go by as far as land use decisions. But I believe that area was identified just because of the amount of growth that is occurring in that area. Not really an activity center because there's nothing unique about it like an interstate interchange or anything like that. So that was primarily one of the areas I looked at there. Walter Hill, Las Casas, Milton, those kind of things. Those are identified as a little different, like crossroads. That's kind of what I was talking about earlier when we look at a more specific area for potential zoning changes. You would look at like downtown Las Casas, if you will, Milton, some of those areas, Kittrell, whatever, Christiana. There are different characteristics in kind of those tight-knit original areas that you would want to preserve if you could.
If we can go back on page 53, I'll follow up with the question.
Is that the community participation? Is that what you're
Yes.
talking about? Yeah. Can you bring up the community participation slide, please? It's the one that has the list of all the different meetings and things. Yes, that one.
Taking what you just said on that and looking at the map of the individuals who showed up, it doesn't appear really anybody in that area was at these meetings for feedback or give feedback. So I'm wondering, you just looked at density, essentially housetops or rooftops, not necessarily anybody's feedback. I mean, Eagleville, I don't even see anybody from Eagleville in there. So I'm looking at these numbers up here on the top right corner. You had 28 meetings, 378 plus participants, 960 survey responses out of 388,000 residents. How much true feedback do we get back from our citizens? Kind of like what Commissioner Beverly started saying a few minutes ago was, this is our plan, being the county government plan, but is it their plan? What's the real response? Because I went to several of these meetings, and I saw a lot of the same people, us, talking about it, getting information, tweaking it, seeing the tweaks that had been done. But I didn't see a lot of new faces. And that concerns me when we're trying to set this up on their behalf or claiming it's on their behalf. When those two centers that I just pointed out have literally nobody there, and I'm willing to bet dollar for dollar that they didn't know about it. Because I don't know when were you in my district for a community meeting? Can you?
There were, I don't have exact dates. Well, I mean, there's a range there. The one, I think, was in May.
I don't mean to put you on the spot.
Well, no, I mean, that's what you're doing.
I know. I don't mean to put you directly on the spot with that, but I'm using that as an example because the closest one that I can recall was somewhere around the Smyrna City Hall, but not.
I want to say it was at Town Center, actually.
Yeah,
Smyrna
Town Center
is where we had
But
it.
that's nowhere near any of my residents. And even tonight, most of them didn't know that tonight was their only chance to come speak. If I hadn't have gone around and started telling as many people as I could as fast as possible, this is the night, this is the night, get up here, and if you like it, say it, if you hate it, say it, something like that. So that piggybacks on the other question I have, and is going to follow us with our zoning ordinance and everything else we change. What is our marketing plan in this county to tell people what something, something is changing, something's coming? Just a yard sign in the road and hope that within 1,000 feet isn't really cutting it anymore. I know that's a policy that will be adjusted when this gets adopted or not. But
Are you looking for a response? Are you looking for a response from me, or are you just speaking rhetorically?
The question overall I'm asking is, what is the true feedback we're getting with such low participation to create this?
Well, as I stated a little earlier when I was speaking about this, as a planner, I always hope that we get more feedback. Even if we had, 10 times the people that showed up, I would still want more. That's just how I'm wired like that. As I stated when I believe Commissioner Oliver was speaking about the surveys, I can't go door to door, and I cannot make people go to a meeting that they simply aren't going to go to. There's really nothing I can do about that. I can't make them take a survey that they just have no interest in taking. I can't make them be interested in the process. What we can do is alert as many people as we can, encourage them to come to the meetings, listen to the people who show up, and put their feedback in here. There are as you see, plenty of opportunities for people to make their opinions known. It's not my fault if they didn't take advantage of that. We do the best we can. Again, that's another reason why this is an evolving document. If there needs to be changes over time, that can be accomplished if we become aware of something that we weren't aware of during the creation of this plan. But as I said, those people that came out there and gave their input is important. I'm not saying that the people who didn't show up, that their input is not, but for one reason or another, for any litany of reasons they didn't want to, maybe they didn't know, we do our best to try to get the word out as much as we can, but I can't force people to come to these meetings. And we do the best we can with the information that we have, and I feel that we have done that with this.
Nick, you said that there's a policy for adjusting it if it's adopted. How's that lay out?
Yeah, so either the Planning Commission or the County Commission can initiate amendments. Both bodies have to be involved in the deliberative process for that. And then there'd have to be public hearings, just like we're having here today. And then it would come back to the County Commission for approval after a public hearing and deliberation and information exchange between the Planning Commission and this body.
So a good lengthy process that makes it all the more reason to make sure we get enough of the foundation in place correctly at the beginning.
Well, there is a limitation in state law that requires certain actions to be taken within, I think, 61 days back and forth between the bodies so that it doesn't just linger and hang out there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
One point. Commissioner James has brought up a point that others have about participation and low percentages. I'll go ahead and make this statement that's fairly close to being accurate. Probably the same percentage of people that showed up to these meetings are the same percentage of people who shows up to elect us. And we don't question those results. Anyone else? Commissioner Beverly, I really want us to wrap this question, and if not, we will be here till tomorrow sometime. So please make your point, and let's wrap this thing up as quickly as we can.
Perfectly clear. Doug, this is a question for you, and it may not be the case, and I'm referencing the map that highlights what the different districts are. If we can swap to that.
Just the map, the overall map?
Yes, the overall map, it'll.
Yeah,
And then where it describes the...
Yes,
The
that one right
types.
there? Is that the one you're talking about, Commissioner?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
That's pretty broad, and I think it goes to what Commissioner P was saying. Do you have an overlay of streets that we could see which falls under where?
With me? No.
Yeah. Okay. And
I mean, and I do want to say something about this. This map was not meant to be parcel specific, okay?
okay.
I heard it explained one time when I was a younger man that it's kind of like a balloon. If you squeeze it in this area, it expands over here. You know, this is meant to be a little bit flexible in that regard. If we were to enact zoning changes based on the map, it may not follow that exactly. It probably can't because it's not done by parcel lines. So understand that. So
That helped because I could see some roads in there that kind of I can piece that.
Yeah.
But Commissioner P, myself, Commissioner Reed over there, we've got the 3 largest geographic districts
Right.
in the county.
Right.
I just want to make sure when I'm looking at that is how far is that EAC on Epps Mill going up? Because, you know, folks out my way don't want that to be commercial. So when we're accepting that, that factors in. The Barrett property.
And let me,
discussion.
yeah, and you bring up a really good point, and let me just, I know we want to get to the public hearing, but let me describe that a little bit. And this is a discussion we've had with the existing EAC, the employment centers that we have at these interchanges. Just because it's identified as such on the plan, especially those, I'll speak specifically to the activity centers, just because it might be recommended for that use does not mean that the first zoning application that comes in is automatically going to be approved. That gets back to the whole timing issue. Is this ready for that kind of development because of the fact that it's got good infrastructure? Let's say there's good sewer to it or whatever, good roads, whatever. Okay, maybe it's appropriate to zone it at that point in a way that it's like a more intense, non-residential type development. If it's not, and it doesn't have that kind of infrastructure there, even the plan, though it may recommend it, I do believe that it would be consistent at that point to say, you know what, timing's not quite right yet. And we've had those discussions at Planning Commission on a number of rezoning applications. Regardless of what the plan says, sometimes the timing just isn't there. And that's a factor to consider as well with this.
Thank you very much.
Chairman.
Commissioner Hall.
Doug, you and I met at 3 o'clock today on this planned activity center, which is the 840 and Sulphur Springs exit. We've got an industrial complex, and then we've got some more neighborhoods that are going to go in on the other side, but it's a little purple area, and you and I talked today.
Yes.
I was hoping that the plan that I looked through it, and we really didn't have time to go through it today, but it didn't go into that growth that we're talking about, because where do we want our roads to be? Because Sulphur Springs Road and Leanna Road are wagon trails. They got 90-degree curves, and they were made by wagons, and we just happened to throw tar over them one day, and then now we got concrete or asphalt on them. That's what we're dealing with. Yeah. They're not made to have 300 and 400 home subdivisions on them. So that's why this plan's adopted, to try to help minimize that. You and I are having a discussion because there's one little hump in the road at Leanna at a 3-way stop. How do we get the hump out of the road? Because they're going to we need a red light in there. Our process through that meeting today is we're going to have to pay the money to have an engineering firm look at that, and then we're going to have to buy the properties to help those neighborhoods then funnel on the 840. How that's going to work. It's going to cost out of ours. Everybody says growth pays for itself. Well, it doesn't pay for itself in the county. It does in the cities, but it don't in the county. And Mr. Floyd mentioned it's going to push it into the counties. They got impact fees. That's why they made impact fees that we can't have. But we had a meeting just about that today. Last month, the first term I've heard it since I've been watching the county, and I've only been up here 6 months and get appointed, the participation agreements. Will that be something that's going to be adopted into not this plan, but zoning plans and looks that's going to combine some of these to help with the
yes, to answer your question, just a quick answer, yes. That is another tool in the toolbox, if you will, that we realize that there are a lot of roads out there that need to be improved. There's going to be a share of responsibility. The county's going to have their share, but developers are going to have their share as well along these roads. So far, we've looked at about 2 or 3 different applications that have made numerous recommendations for numerous road improvements based on the traffic studies that were done. and we're working through the process now. One came to the county commission last week, the Laws Bolden application over there on Ocala Road, where he's going to have to pony up money for a traffic signal at Ocala and Almoville Road and some other things. But yes, to answer your question, that is another tool in the toolbox. Now that, like I said, that may not live in this document, but that would live in our zoning regulations, our subdivision regulations, and other policy statements like that.
Follow it up. Should it be? Should this not be our comprehensive plan that we want to know that some of this growth that we agree that we take on?
Something like that,
try to
right.
help itself a little bit?
Yeah, something like that, I think, falls under, and there's so many of the recommended steps toward the end of the document. It probably falls into one of those as far as, traffic improvements and trying to figure out ways for equitable share amongst the parties. Without looking at the plan exactly, I don't know where exactly it would fall, but that would, in my mind, be kind of a recommended action to develop some kind of policy like that. But even if it's not in here, doesn't mean you can't do it. I mean, something like that is, again, it just adds another tool to our toolbox to help fund road improvements in the county.
I guess one last question I have, and it's school related. We have Stewart's Creek, and a mile from there, we're looking at buying more property now and putting another high school within a mile of that school because the growth that's going on in that area and the unavailability of lots in the north end of the county towards Laverne. We kind of need probably a high school would work better on that end, but there's not that thing. Does that need to be circled in those areas? I got one of the larger districts,
Right.
District 3. There's no fire hall or a school or anything in that district, and it's huge.
Yeah, well, we were hesitant to try to identify areas here that would make good quote-unquote school sites, just because that is really the domain of the county school board. I do think that there are opportunities for coordination there where we can work together to help identify good sites, but I don't think this plan was intended to make recommendations, hey, we should put a school here, a school there. I think that would be a separate, maybe additional study to this rather than make recommended school site locations. There's so many factors that go into that anyway, so.
I make a comment that's not about Plan Rutherford.
Commissioner Dodd.
Thank you for your bearing with me. Commissioner Hall, I do want to point out to all the commissioners that some movement is afoot in the county simultaneously with Plan Rutherford. The mayor presented to Property Management, Commissioner McAdoo's committee, a capital improvement plan. The capital improvement plan is the beginning of us getting in front of brick and mortar of the county needs, and also there's a line item in there for roadway networks. And can we move towards improving roadways? That's occurring simultaneous with this. A CIP, keep that in mind. It lives in property management. We're going to try to educate everybody on what it is. Also, there's a possibility of a long-range traffic plan segueing into Plan Rutherford. That would probably be a year from now, if not several months from now. So there are other, plus the developers agreements, the participation agreements are active and moving simultaneous to Plan Rutherford that also address those concerns, Commissioner Hall. So I just want all of us to be paying attention to Capital Improvement Plan, CIP. It lives in property management. We want everybody to participate in it. And we're going to attach schools to it, Rick, so that we've got a better look at the fiscal totality that Mr. Irvin's imploring upon us. Participation agreements are going to have developers, for the first time ever, contributing cash dollars to specific roadway improvements that are not contiguous to their project. First time ever, brand new, it's a paradigm shift. And it's happening simultaneous to this. And thirdly, if indeed a long-range traffic plan occurs that hadn't been updated since
Basically 04.
04.
The current plan was a 2004. There was a amendment in 06 when I first started working here, but that's been it.
It's outdated. So again, thank you for bearing with me, but Commissioner Hall, your concerns, there are elements attacking all these concerns at once, because we're not the county we were the first time you came through here, right? We're not the county we were when Mr. Phillips was elected 34 years ago. And we're going to have to address these problems in a new way. And all of those facets are currently underway. I just want these commissioners to know that we are working all of those simultaneously. I look forward to the synergy of that soon that I think Doug will be a major part of.
And I will say, and I don't have the whole document right in front of me, but I want to say that these things with the capital improvement plan, the long-range transportation plan update, these are all recommendations in this document of things for us to look forward. Yeah.
Thank you. Commissioner Oliver, one
Quickly.
last question.
Quickly. What was the planning commission vote?
It was unanimous. Unanimous.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, we're getting ready for our public hearings. The way we conduct public hearings is that I'll ask for anyone that wishes to speak for or against this request tonight to please come forward. I'd ask that you state your name, your address, and you have 3 minutes. There are a couple of groups, I understand, that would like to make a presentation, so instead of different members of the group getting up and spending 3 minutes each, I'll allow a few more minutes, some extra time for a person, if they identify themselves and their group, a few extra minutes to make a presentation representing other people. Is that pretty clear? So, without objection, at this time, I'll declare the public hearing open for Plan Rutherford. Anyone wishing to speak, please come forward.
Good evening. My name is Roy Rosenall. I live at 8865 Del Thomas Road. And I'm not smart enough. I've lived here 20 years. And I'm not smart enough to see what these learned gentlemen that have been studying this for many years have come to understand what it is that this county needs. I live in an area right there, Rocky Fork and Rocky Fork. Rocky Fork Road will not support all of those subdivisions going in there. It's a safety thing. There's no shoulders. There have been multiple wrecks out there. You've got almost continuous construction traffic tearing the roads up that exist there right now. So why are we allowing this uncontrolled growth to happen? Now, I know I'm speaking out of turn here because that's your point. That's what you're studying and trying to get a grip on. But it seems like it's just exploding even while you're trying to get a grip on it. Is there anything that can be done to alleviate this situation? I'm only speaking of the Rocky Fork area because that's where I live. Haven't been around the rest of the county. I'm sure there's many that have young families that have come and tried to move into certain areas to be zoned for Stewart Creek High School, for instance. I'm not one of those. I don't have any small children. Again, I've only been here 20 years. So I'm just now starting to feel like I'm a stakeholder in this county. We do pay attention, and we look at voting records when we go to the polls and we vote each year. Okay? If it wouldn't have been for Commissioner James, I would not have known about this meeting. He put together a flyer, which I helped him distribute. So if we want this commission to do what it is that they're empowered to do, we need to give them our input. But we need to know when you're meeting and when our input will be the most meaningful. With that said, I think that's enough that I've said. But I thank you all for your integrity and your passion for making this a better place to live. Thank you.
Thank you.
Members of the commission, my name is John Miller, and I live at 1513 Allwood Avenue in the South Haven neighborhood. I'm in Joshua James' district, and I do appreciate the fact that he told me about this meeting because we weren't made aware in any other manner. I'm here on behalf of the 600-plus homes that that are built in that neighborhood and the growth that we have seen in that area. Our neighborhood is still governed by an activity zone that allows for light industrial use, but over time, this area has become predominantly residential. Families live here. Homes surround the property. An activity zone simply no longer fits the character of the community. One of the reasons we're in this position is that there was no Rutherford Community Plan meeting held in our area that residents could realistically attend. Our neighborhood is roughly a decade old, and Plan Rutherford has been around a little bit longer than that. Many people who live here today never had an opportunity to participate in shaping the plan that now governs our neighborhood. To that point, no one in our neighborhood was made aware of the Planning Commission meetings where this was originally adopted, nor any of the subsequent community meetings, something that has been brought to this commission's attention before. Since that time, residents have been told that if we want to prevent incompatible or undesirable development, as we have done in the very recent past, we need to change the community plan. And that's exactly what I'm here to do tonight. This request is not reactionary. It's proactive and follows the processes we were directed to use. A village zone is what we request, and it would bring zoning into alignment with how the area is actually used today. It allows reasonable neighborhood scale development while protecting residents and providing clarity for property owners and the county. We're not asking to stop growth. We're simply asking for smart, responsible planning that reflects today's reality and prevents future conflicts. Zoning should reflect the community that exists today, not the one that existed a decade ago. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Mr. James. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, Mr. Hall. Guys, I had a note and I talked fast, so I apologize, but I'm a real estate agent. I'm happy to be a real estate agent, but most of all, I'm a citizen. And also, my name is Stephen Weathers. I live at 6614 East Buckeye Bottom Road in District 3, out by the Leanna three-way stop that backs up all the way down the interstate. But the thing I'm worried about is I didn't know about this today. Mr. James made a good point. I'm a citizen of Rutherford County that I'm trying to do a compound for my kids to raise my kids on 8 acres. Well, if we pass this bill, I could have a problem with that. My bigger problem as a citizen is I didn't know. Lamar Signs makes signs every day. We got to do a better job than our just red and white signs out here at the zoning commission. But as a citizen, I would ask more of y'all, our county, just to have some knowledge. You know, I come here tonight just thinking I want to talk about dividing a family compound, not to know that decisions were going to be made tonight possibly. And that's not good for Rutherford County. I've been here my whole life. But guys, I come to you today because as a homeowner and as a father, that I want to have a choice. And I want to have more knowledge of it. Shame on me for not knowing. I take my responsibility. But shame on our county for not doing a better job of letting us know. Because this is a big decision. So guys, thank you for your time. I did want to come in and talk to you about the compounds, but I think the family compounds, everybody know, I don't want to spend the time and the money it takes me to do it. And then it takes me 3 to 6 months. If y'all call Randy Dickerson or Soils Group, it takes me 6 months or 4 months. Then I got to get an engineer. Then by that time, I go to see Mr. DeMosi. Then it may be changed or I get shut down. I spend a lot of time, effort, and money just for my grandkids to grow up with me. That's all I want. So guys, I come to you today as a citizen, a concerned citizen, that we need more of a voice as our public. This is ridiculous. I mean, we need more. I mean, just to know. So guys, thank you so much for your time. I apologize I didn't get to read you my letter, but Mr. James, once again, thank you so much. Mr. Hall, you too. Y'all have a great day.
My name is John Davis. I live in Eagleville, 2665 Taylor Lane, on a little farm that we bought after my wife and I and our kids escaped a career in Washington, D.C. During that time, and the reason I wanted to come talk, because I've seen this before. During the time I was in D.C., I held a variety of jobs. My wife says it's because I couldn't keep steady employment, but it was mainly because I was working for different politicians, some of the familiar names, Reagan, even Trump, and Senator Baker, Senator Dole, chief of staff to 2 different congressmen. But we lived out in Loudoun County, Virginia, which at that time was the largest most fastest growing county in the entire United States. When we lived out there with our kids, we realized that 10 years after we'd moved in, we had 75,000 people when we moved in. There was 400,000 10 years later, and there's now 1 million in Loudoun County. So we escaped to Eagleville, where we still do a little farming, we raise our kids. And I've not appeared for any commission or any meetings in the 26 years that we've been out there. But specifically, I rise in opposition to the 5-acre restriction on subdividing property, mainly because of generational reasons for wanting to have property that you can pass along to your kids and your grandkids. I became a grandfather for the first time about a month ago, and it really hit home that it was going to be difficult for me to make those kind of decisions. We're not interested in developing our property, but we are interested in maintaining the value of our investment, which is severely restricted by some of these conditions. I really just want to say that there's no easy answers here. I empathize with you all. I went to meetings like this up in Loudoun County, Virginia, a quarter century ago. It's the same conversation. It's the same things that are going on. And I empathize and sympathize with what you all have to go through. But please, if there's one little area that's important to me and my family, and that is, please allow us the ability to subdivide our property, meager as it may be, into areas where our children and our grandchildren can live with us, live near us, and hopefully help keep me alive for a few more years with their hard work. And to that end, specifically, that's the only specific area that I'm concerned about is please show some consideration to people who want to keep this for their kids and not make it more difficult than it already is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Hi, good evening. My name is Lucero Rose. I live on 1505 Cotillion Drive in the South Haven neighborhood. I'm here tonight to request that this area be redesignated from activity zone to village zone because the way our community functions today no longer aligns with the current designation. Our area has become a stable residential community with families, long-term residents, and local needs. The county's comprehensive plan emphasizes walkable mixed-use growth connected to existing infrastructure while preserving community character and managing impacts on roads and services. Village zoning reflects those goals more accurately than the broader activity zone. Village zone supports development that serves residents locally and grows at a scale compatible with what already exists, rather than encouraging higher intensity or auto-oriented uses that can strain infrastructure. This approach allows growth, but in a more predictable and responsible way. My request is about guiding that growth thoughtfully by aligning zoning with existing conditions and the county's long-term vision. And for those reasons, I respectfully ask that the commission consider redesignating this area to a village zone. Thank you for your time.
Hello. My name's Taylor Wright. I'm a real estate company here. I've been in the real estate business 50 years, which is a lot longer than I y'all. You know, and so, but Wright Realty, Century 21, I'm the broker. And my family's got a big farm out in Rockville. And with this 1 to 4 acres, or one house per acre, will drive the price of land down At the same time, the developer's going to have to charge more to build a house. And affordability seems to be a catch thing here. And what you're doing is you're running away from affordability. And a lot of the stuff is going to be somewhat restricted. Like Doug says, you got a long process if you try to develop 50 acres. You got to get the soil, septic tank, sewer, and then you got to go through Doug's tunnel, and which takes quite a bit of time. And that slows it down. And a lot of this growth is controlled by soil and sewer. I guess I'm up. But anyway, I like, you know what, in Rutherford County, it's not broke. We just need to maintain what we got. Because a lot of people move here from other states, California, everything, they love it here. And I'm not going to say anything bad about Rutherford County. We're great. I'm a homer.
My name is Blake Taylor. I'm at 1478 Cotillion Drive in Murfreesboro. I'm in the South Haven neighborhood as well as many folk behind us, or in front of me, I guess. Now, I'm actually asking you all to look at our area again. Plan Rutherford and the, I guess, previous community plan has our area as an activity zone, and it worked 10 years ago. It doesn't work anymore. We're looking for it to be changed or even modified, maybe split down the middle, partial activity and village zone for us, because the activity zone doesn't work for what is now primarily a residential area. We now have 600 homes in my neighborhood alone, which now connects to older neighborhoods that are behind us with many hundreds of homes. That go towards the Stewart's Creek area. So this area has grown in a way that an activity zone no longer makes sense. We have come here in opposition to certain developments in our area, and we've repeatedly been told that we need to change the community plan if we don't want to see similar developments in the future. Well, we're here now to say that we want to change the community plan for our area. We're trying to participate in this process, and we'd appreciate if we could be heard. And I heard Mr. DeMasi state that he would like as many public comments as he can get. Well, we're here to add our public comments now. And we'd appreciate if you would take these comments into consideration, especially because we didn't get a community meeting in our area. And there should have been more community meetings. I know for a county as large as 300 and something thousand, 18 meetings? I mean, it's really not that many if you're looking for a lot of participation. So, in fact, I believe at a meeting over the summer, we were told there would be one more community meeting where we'd be heard. That never happened, and we were never informed of any meeting where we could be heard. So we're now here to make these comments public, and hopefully that could be wrapped in to any decision you all make. Our community would have made our desires known at a community event if it would have happened. As such, we would support the plan if a change would be made to our area, to a village zone. Thank you for your time, and I'll give you 15 seconds to have, to yourselves.
Hey, good evening. My name is Vinod Ravikumar. I live at 6249 Palm Warbler Drive in the South Haven subdivision as well. This is near Ocala and Almaville that was subject to discussion earlier. I'm here tonight as a concerned homeowner regarding the planned Rutherford character map. Currently, our specific area is designated as activity zone. While that designation may have made sense years ago, it no longer reflects the reality of our community. Since the last plan was written, this area has transformed into a primarily residential area and established neighborhoods like South Haven there. Allowing an activity zone designated essentially leaves the door open for industrial development and heavy trucking right next to our homes and our children's play areas. Armor Road is already facing significant traffic pressure, and adding industrial scale to use this specific pocket would be a mismatch for the families that are living there right now. I am formally requesting that the Planning Commission update the map for our area from an activity zone to a village zone. A village designation protects the residential character of South Haven and ensures that any future commercial growth is small scale and compatible with a family-oriented environment. We want to ensure that Rutherford County grows, but grows responsibly. We believe the village designation is the only way to align the plan with the current use of our land. Thank you for your time and help putting this request into an official record. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Cynthia Allen. I live on Peacock Avenue, and I am also representing as a citizen, but also the Stones River watershed. And we appreciate the changes that were made in the plan to include a lot of water content, but I have just some quick questions. The initial plan in 2011, when we started watching this in 2018, it said water will restrict growth. They took that out and they put, this has ample water resources when they added to this. So the reason I bring that up is, as a raise of hands, who's been paying attention to what's happening in Maury County and Spring Hill and the pipeline? Raise them up high so we can all see. That's why we're here today, is just to make sure that we don't have the continued water problems here with our development. That's at the heart of why I'm here, is our soil and our water. I know we've talked about soil, and Doug, I've worked with Doug very closely. I want to make sure too that we include water intrusion from the bottom from a flooding standpoint because of our sinkholes. A lot of the flooding we have is from a high water table. I don't think that's clarified in here a lot. I know that's, cutting hairs on what happens in his office, but I just want to make sure that it really boils down to what your site can do, whether we have water and what our site is capable of doing. But I have a third question that's come up just with whether we ratify this or whether we approve this or not. My question is, and can the attorney answer, if the group does not agree on this plan and we don't have local consensus and it's not adopted, does that go to the state to get decided upon? Is there a mechanism at the state with TASER or another local group to have to decide instead of us locally? And is there a timeline that we're working towards because of benefits that would come to our county? And if you can share that specifically so that the citizens can understand maybe this process and how it is in part of a bigger picture. Also, lastly, I wanted to say we had 17 pictures of water in this document, which makes it look like we do have a lot of water, but we don't really say, and we kind of refer to the water resources plan that we're going to do, but has there been a change? I'm asking, has there been a change from the 2032 when we're going to be at 80% water capacity? And with the pipeline that they're talking about, that's 500 million to over 1 billion that they're talking about. And a lot of them have seen drastic water rates. So I think we're cutting hairs on what we can do. If we don't have water in our short and long term, this isn't going to matter. And so I'm just asking because of, the restrictions that Percy Priest has on whether we're going to get water. That to me is central, and I just want to make sure that that's very much part of this plan. But if you can ask about what the state procedure is if we don't adopt, that would be great. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners and fellow county residents. My name is Cindy Ayers, and I live in District 6 in the Christiana area. And I stand before you today to speak in favor of Plan Rutherford and address some critical misconceptions that have been circulating about it. First, let me be clear that what Plan Rutherford is. It's merely a guidance document, not an iron-fisted regulation that strips away all property rights. It's a framework designed to help our county manage the explosive growth we've experienced. Without thoughtful planning, we're headed toward chaos. Let's talk about some of the things that are at stake here. Agriculture. Ag isn't just part of our heritage, it's part of our identity and our economy. When we allow unchecked subdivision development in rural areas, we're not just paving over farmland, we're intruding on the livelihoods of families who have worked this land for generations. Farmers need space to operate. They need buffer zones. They need protection from the complaints that inevitably come when subdivisions pop up next to their farms. Complaints about noise, about smells, about tractors at dawn on the road. Let's address green spaces. Every one of us has felt it. The Traffic Medical Center Parkway, the disappearing tree lines, the concrete spreading across what used to be pastures and woods. We're losing the natural spaces that filter our air, manage our stormwater, and alleviate flash floods, and provide the quality of life that attracted us to Rutherford County in the first place. Some opponents claim that Plan Rutherford will hurt property values and drive up housing costs. But let me ask you this, what happens to those values when every road is congested, when schools are overcrowded beyond capacity, and when they've destroyed the very characteristics that made people want to live here in the first place? Unchecked development doesn't preserve value, it destroys it. Building expensive subdivisions in remote rural areas far from jobs and services doesn't create affordability, it creates sprawl. Plan Rutherford designates county suburban areas where higher density development can occur. This plan doesn't eliminate development, it directs it to where it makes sense. Let me remind everybody, Plan Rutherford is a guidance document. It allows for flexibility and variance when appropriate. The real question before us is this: do we want the county to be a county that thoughtfully manages growth, protects our farmers, preserves green space, and maintains our rural character? Or do we want to be another casualty of sprawl, a place where short-term developer profits trump long-term community well-being? Please vote in favor of Plan Rutherford. Our children and our grandchildren are counting on us to get this right. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. First of all, I appreciate your service. My name is Michael Busey. I live off South Bilbro in Commissioner McAdoo's district. I'm a Murfreesboro native, a Marine Corps veteran, and an MTSU graduate as well. I've got a small business here downtown. I run a state farm agency downtown, and really what I want to talk about is some of the interactions that we've had with our clients throughout the last few months that I've actively been following this. We meet with probably 3 to 4 couples a day. Between myself and my team, we probably meet with 1,500 to 1,700 couples per year. A lot of those are teachers, firefighters, EMTs, nurses, people that serve our community. And the prevailing, there's a couple things that come out of those conversations when we mention Plan Rutherford, and it's somewhat that's come out tonight, the fact that they just didn't know anything about it. We talked about a little less than 200 surveys presented, things of that nature. But the other thing that comes out of those conversations with our clients that are living and that are serving Rutherford County is that a lot of them are being forced to move to other counties. They can't afford a house here now already. And I understand that Plan Rutherford doesn't directly affect the cost of Plan Rutherford itself. It's not up to the Planning Commission to change the affordability of housing. That was a comment. But we also should be mindful of what this does to the cost of housing. In talking to these individuals, they want to live in the community that they serve. They want to live close to the school that they work at, close to the medical facility that they work at. They want to be able to live close to the community that they serve. Throughout the last few years, I witnessed more and more of these families. When I interviewed them, when I talked to them, I said, well, why did you buy a house in Cannon County? Why did you buy a house in Bedford County? And it's just simply because they cannot afford to live here now. And this driving up the cost of land actually makes that worse. We have a family farm. My wife's family has a family farm out in Lascassas, and we're very concerned about this destroying the value of that farm by this rezoning that could take a couple of years, but we're not looking to do anything for several years, so that directly affects us as well. But the message we are sending to our citizens with Plan Rutherford is we don't necessarily care if you're able to fulfill the American dream in Rutherford County. We want your services. We want you to teach our kids, but we don't care if you're able to live here or not. Additionally, I'm very active with the Chamber of Commerce. My wife's very active with the Chamber of Commerce. She's here as well. The county and the city pay the Chamber of Commerce a great deal of money to recruit jobs, but also to retain the jobs that we have here in Rutherford County. I just know this from talking to various members of the Chamber, that one of the things businesses look at is the cost of living. And if you look at the cost of living, the root cost of living is the cost of housing. That's the root factor in the cost of living. So they take that into consideration, and businesses take that into consideration when they decide if they want to locate to Rutherford County. They also take into consideration where they're going to stay in Rutherford County. The Laverne plant, obviously, down there, that was one of the factors that they ran into, that the people no longer lived here anyway. So all those jobs had relocated. I'm out of time. I appreciate your service to our community. Thank you.
Commissioners, hello. My name is Patrick Hale. I live at 9427 Pruitt Road in Christiana, Mr. Beverly's district. And he's the reason why I'm here, because I follow him on social media, and he keeps us all very informed on when meetings are, and that's how I found out about Plan Rutherford. So I was able to participate in almost all of the meetings that took place, and I was impressed with how they were trying to be so thorough on what they were doing. I saw several of you there. I'm impressed that the Planning Commission unanimously voted for this. But the other reason why I'm here is because, like all of you, my tax bill, okay? I know the shortage of schools in this county. I know how we have to increase taxes to be able to pay for those schools, and I don't want another increase in tax bills or increase in my tax bill, specifically because we can't get the impact fees that the same groups that are lobbying our state legislators to not allow us to be able to get these impact fees implemented to be able to pay for the schools are the same group that are probably going to try to talk you into an amendment tonight to increase the density on these lots. So that's my ask. We have to do something smart now, even if it's just for the short term. I like growth. We all do. A lot of you are business owners. I get it. But my tax bill can't keep going up to keep up with the growth of the density in this county. So that's my ask for you to be able to consider. And it's different than what everybody else has said. And maybe it's just me. But I ran into somebody a little while ago. They said the county is behind 3 schools. What was it? Rockville High School cost $65 million to build. A new one just like it's going to cost $175 million. If we need 3 schools, we're going to need a lot of funds. And I hate to get fixated on the number of houses available on this acreage of property. But unfortunately, the teeth aren't really there right now. And it's going to give you flexibility without making the amendment that could be proposed tonight. So that's all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. My name is Matthew Stump. I live in Sweet Bay Court in the Barfield area. I'm a mortgage banker professional locally. I serve clients daily. I see their struggles. I see their incomes. And I just wanted to talk a little bit about some phrasing. We hear lot size, we hear square footage, we hear density. But what I really want y'all to think about when we talk about it is families. What the decisions are being made here today are impacting future families. If we live in a neighborhood presently now, that used to be a forest. That used to be a pasture. So it's easy to sit here and say, I want to enjoy my rural area, but unless I own that land across the street to look at, then it's not my place to say what happens to it. A first-year teacher here in Rutherford County and a city firefighter are married, and they want to buy their first house. Right now, Rutherford County, the median and lower would be affordable to them. That's in the low 400 to mid 400 range, depending on what data you look at. But that family, being just first year in the job, can right now afford a home. I can get them in a home right now. Decisions that could be made today and in the future could drive up those costs, making it less affordable for that family, that starting family, to get in their first home. We all, I'm going to say, venture to say, are homeowners. We raised families there. We had our first kid there. We saw them off to school. That family won't be able to do that here where they work. they will have to go to Bedford, they will have to go to Cannon. And I implore you to think about not density and lot sizes, but families. Families make up that spot. And I really implore you to keep that cost to a minimum. Those costs are already getting passed down from developers and builders that have to pay for roads that are needed. We need to make sure we maintain that. But if we put additional layers on that, we're driving people away, and I don't think that's fair. I also, just hearing comments, talked about, this is our vision, our plan, but then we hear too that that's going to become a zoning code, a rule, a guide. So we need to not have any haste in decisions if there are questions about what's going to happen. Because if it's in the plan, I can tell you later, it's going to be in the zone guide, and it's going to impact people. So really implore you to think about families instead of lot sizes, instead of square footage, instead of acreages. Thank you.
Hey guys, this is scary, especially knowing that I have to give out my address before I make snow phone calls. Jimmy Sullivan, Rutherford County Superintendent. Today I'm here representing myself as a superintendent, not school board. My address is 1107 Rhonda Drive, Christiana, Tennessee. I'm going to try to thread one heck of a needle here. I am a member of the steering committee for Plan Rutherford. Admittedly, the last 2 years I have not been as active. After my son passed away, that was something that was tough for me to be involved with development. And so that wasn't something that I was as focused on that I probably should have been. Regardless, I am from Rutherford County and have spent the largest majority of my life in an unincorporated area of this county, whether it was Walter Hill or Christiana where I live now. And so the unincorporated area is where my heart and soul and where my upbringing has been. I am an avid believer that individuals should have that right to do as they want with their property. However, there does need to be some type of regulation because day in and day out, I'm challenged with what growth can do to the citizens and the infrastructure that we have. Over the past 4 years, I've been in numerous conversations regarding the tools that needed to help growth pay for itself to ensure this county could catch up and then supply what is needed for that infrastructure for its citizens. And I am so proud of this commission, our mayor's office, and our school board because we've made amazing progress. But we still have so much work to do. I know the last 3 years we have rezoned our school system. I still got a minute and 40 seconds. I know how to this part. We have rezoned our school system every single year. Our parents and our students are sick and tired of being rezoned. We have used every seat that we have available. We have built buildings. We have worked tirelessly with the commission, and I'm here to hopefully be able to continue to build that bridge. As has been stated to me every time I've been involved with Plan Rutherford, this is a living document. And I'm here to stand in front of you to say that I'm hopeful that we can take preventative steps to make Rutherford County what made all of us move here, what makes Rutherford County special, and allow future generations to continue to make what makes Rutherford County proud and that we call home. And so it is my hope that we adopt Rutherford, Plan Rutherford, and that this becomes a living document that we can continue to adjust as we need to see fit. So thank you.
Hi, my name is Josh Fulmer. I'm at 1222 Lunar Drive in Murfreesboro. I'm District 9. Thanks, Mr. James, for all your comments this evening. I come to you as a small developer, a real estate agent, and somebody who has been working with charter schools within our area. I've worked with Rutherford Collegiate Prep and then American Classical Academy Rutherford. So we've got a unique perspective when it comes to the schools, real estate, and all the things above. Personally, as a small developer, I was affected by a zoning change, and it cost, because of the timeline and process, tens of thousands of dollars and months of time that we spent trying to get this thing pulled together to only be told, no, don't bring it because it's obviously this change. So with that personal impact, I've seen the effect of it, also saw the effect of it to that seller who saw their land be devalued because of the use being changed. So all that to say tonight, I want you to consider this very strongly. There are also, different paths to solve these problems. I agree that we all need to have some constraints on development, but at the end of the day, I don't necessarily agree with this path. So thank you, guys.
I am not going to read from this entire notebook. But when I tell you what I do, you'll know why I brought it up. Mr. Chairman, my name is Jim Wright, and I am a lawyer. I have a background in planning. Curry Peacock taught me. I also have an environmental background as well, but I'm not here as a lawyer today. My mama sent me. My mama is turning 100 in March. And my dad fought in World War II and came back after, lived through the Depression. He buried his dad when he was 19, and I buried mine when I was 19. We worked hard, and my dad believed real estate was the way to go. Didn't believe in stocks and bonds, and so he bought a farm out on Whitish Road. 323 acres he was proud of. We walked that land. He made us work it, and I decided I would go to college and get a law degree so I wouldn't have to work that hard again. But the reason I'm pointing that out is he wanted that property to be my mother's, basically her stopgap, and it has a value. And right now they can put, if it perks and it does the right things, she can put 3 houses per acre on it. Now that's not really 3 houses per acre because you have to put roads in. Y'all all know that. You have to put open areas, a lot more to it. But that was my dad's legacy to her. And now that's her property right. And I'm going to ask you to not adopt this plan. I haven't read the letter, but I've represented a number of counties, some municipalities. It does give it basically a quasi-zoning status. It becomes something that your decisions, this body's decisions, must be consistent with this plan. And this plan says it's a guidance document. It will not be a guidance document after that. It will be saying my mother can't put 3 houses to an acre on it. She can only put 1 acre unless she can prove something else. And that shouldn't take that property right away from her. So that's what I'm going to ask you to do. I'm also going to tell you that my mother had 7 children, my mom and dad. She has 20 grandchildren, 30 to 40, I'm low, 30 to 40, I don't know, we have to put name tags on them. But we couldn't, if you did this, divide the land between the children because of the affordability issue. We couldn't divide the land between them on 1 acre apiece in terms of the cost. And that's what I'm here to preach about is what he said about families. Our kids, and there's a study by the Tennessee Advisory Commission on Intergovernmental Relations. The Tennessee House of Representatives passed and said, we want to study this housing issue. And it came out and said, people are not able to afford houses. Young people don't have my dad's dream of being able to build a house with a single-car garage. They don't have that dream anymore. When I hire young lawyers in my office and they can't afford a home, something's wrong. We have teachers in my family. We have all sorts of professionals, and I'm going to have to stop. But the President Trump has adopted a commission and is saying reducing lot sizes is not the answer. There are other answers. And so I'd ask that you not adopt this plan. It will become force of law. And take care of my mom.
Hello, my name is Jaya Peterson. I live at 2611 Wellington Place. I'm 24 years old. I've lived there my entire life. My parents moved here 38 years ago. They've lived there the entire time they've been here. I remember when you could drive through Murfreesboro and it would take 10 minutes to get across town. Now it takes 45 if you're lucky sometimes. I remember when there was a woman on Cason Lane who had peacocks behind her fence. We have changed as a city, and we need to move forward in a way that is going to be sustainable and not in a way for people who have the land with people who have the money to do what they want to do, in a way it makes it sustainable for everyone who lives here. I cannot afford a house. I don't know if I'll be able to in the next 10 years. But what I do know is that in Rutherford County and Murfreesboro City, we have an 11% higher chance to be in a car accident here because of the way our traffic is. We cannot continue this way. And I just want to make note that everyone, we should think about our families. We should be thinking about our families and the way that developments are moving, how quickly they are being built. How can we be sure that they are even being built properly when I have a subdivision of 100 houses a few blocks, a few roads away, and they're being put up in 3 months? We need this plan to go forward so that we can make sure that we are thinking about things reasonably and not just for people who have money, who have development companies, who have a stake in the realty business. I just ask you guys, please vote yes on Plan Rutherford. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. My name is Mike Curtis. I live at 4900 Rucker Christiana Road, solidly in District 6, Mr. Beverly's area. First of all, I'm a member of the Board of Zoning Appeals, but I also want to make sure it's clear that I'm here speaking on my own behalf and my own opinion, and whatever I say here just reflects me personally and does not reflect my employer. As far as Plan Rutherford is concerned, I've been involved with it from the beginning. I've been to 4 different meetings at various things that you all have seen in the maps and the discussions. And I'm going to try to make this really brief because some of this is repetitive. A failure to plan is planning to fail. And as such, we need to have some kind of plan in place going forward. The one from 2011 is outdated, needs to be updated. This, through the long 4-year process that we've gone through, is a great compromise. And government's all about compromise. It has a lot of economic sense to limit growth to areas that can support the growth without overly burdening the existing taxpayers. Anything that makes development less likely historically has been actively fought against by certain members of the community. And that's been very evident this evening. And it's put us in a poor position economically at times. You all know this more than anybody else. And we don't need to be robbing Peter to pay Paul going forward. This plan has been approved by the County Planning Commission and will be a guiding document for them going forward. And it would be nice to see you all support that and have some consistency in development going forward in our community. That's it. Thank you for your time.
Hi all, my name is Nathan. I was up here earlier, so you already heard my story. I want to say thank you for the work that you guys are doing on this, especially Doug with all that your group has done. You guys are solving the real problems, and I feel like I'm the one-off that's bringing up a different problem. As we're moving forward and we have older neighborhoods like my neighborhood that is a 1 acre per lot, basically neighborhood. And in the planning that was done 30 years ago for my neighborhood, there was no way of protecting it from what has currently happened to me and the neighbors that I live around. It's also not just a one-off in my neighborhood. This has also happened in a community in Smyrna. My daughter and my son actually go to the same co-op as this community, where they've had other people move a slaughter business into a residential existence that's been there for 40 years. My house is 37 years old. I was reminded of that by somehow got on an email chain where it tells you how old your house is and I need a new roof. But I'm at the point that I'm not going to put a new roof on my house, because I'm not going to live next to a slaughterhouse that the county has said is 100% legal for them to have as many animals as they want. And that is what I'm asking here, is that as you guys think forward in the development of what is and isn't allowed for someone to do on their house, and how they are and are not allowed to affect the people that live on the same property line. And I am not talking about rural farms, 1,000 acres, 500 acres, 100 acres. I'm absolutely not talking about those. I'm talking about existing neighborhoods that have been the same way for 40 years, that started out with a neighborhood covenant, and that covenant expires. And there's a lot of neighborhoods in Rutherford County that are in that zone where I bought my house 20 years ago and the covenants have expired, and now they are allowed to bring in, people are allowed to bring in as many animals as they want and slaughter. And your kids have to stand there on their deck and be like, what are they doing over there? And the next thing you know, there's blood spilled all over their back patio. So what I'm asking is that as you move forward and you put together the plan for Plan Rutherford for the next 30 years, that you do distinguish between agricultural residents or low-density residents or medium-density residents, so that people who are in and move into these counties don't have someone move in and they go, well, state law says that on a 1,000-acre farm you can do this. You can do the same thing on a 1-acre farm. I appreciate everyone here. I appreciate the work that you're doing, and thank you for the time that you gave me.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Michael Shirley. I live at 5089 Lytle Creek Road in District 6, and I also serve as the elected road board representative for Zone 3, which represents Districts 4, 6, and 7. I also was appointed to the Rutherford County Regional Planning Commission in October of 2024. I'm here tonight to speak in full support of Plan Rutherford in its present form and without amendments. This plan is not rushed, and it is not incomplete. It is the result of more than 4 years of work. During that time, it has gone through multiple public input events, public comment periods, planning commission debates, workshops, public formal hearings, amendments, compromises, and ultimately a final vote. When that vote occurred, the plan passed the Planning Commission unanimously. That unanimous vote matters. The Planning Commission is a diverse body that includes farmers, small business owners, home builders, real estate agents, and 4 sitting county commissioners. These members bring a very different perspectives and priorities to the table, and yet this plan earned unanimous approval. That tells me that this plan represents a balanced and careful consideration, not the agenda of any one group. Plan Rutherford does not attempt to stop growth. Despite the desire of some residents to halt growth altogether, this plan acknowledges reality that growth is coming. What it does do is provide a clear vision for Rutherford County by guiding development towards areas where infrastructure already exists to support it, while protecting rural areas from inappropriate density. One of the main arguments against Plan Rutherford is that it limits a landowner's ability to sell property at maximum value and that it could increase housing prices. That argument assumes that every piece of land should be entitled to the highest possible density, regardless of location, infrastructure, or long-term cost to the county. That is not responsible planning. It is also not accurate. Plan Rutherford increased density in the yellow area of the suburban living character while decreasing density in rural zones. That was one of the compromises. This aligns development with roads, utilities, schools, and emergency services, and it encourages growth where the county can realistically support it. And importantly, this plan does not eliminate flexibility. any landowner or developer may still pursue higher density development through a planned unit development or PUD. The PUD process simply requires that developers to demonstrate that the infrastructure is in place to support the requested density. That is a reasonable standard, not an unreasonable barrier. Sending this plan back now for last-minute amendments undermines 4 years of public engagement, professional planning work, and a unanimous commission vote. It creates uncertainty and weakens the public trust in the process. Plan Rutherford is thoughtful, balanced, and ready. I respectfully urge this body to ratify the amendment or the proposal as written.
Hello, my name is Debbie Mann, and I'm in District 7 with Cush. And I want to say thank you, first of all, for allowing us to be here and listening to what we have to say as citizens in the community. I'm a broker owner, so I am in the real estate business. However, I'm here today to speak on behalf of my family. We have been in this community for 18 years. My husband and I have raised a family here. We have 2 boys. And you know, we are at this very moment looking for land, and it's very hard to find. With some of these restrictions, it makes it harder for us to afford what we want. We have to go farther out. It makes it harder, the restrictions, for us to do what we need to do as a family. I have some notes here that I should follow, but I'm really speaking in opposition to this because of these reasons. The 5-acre minimums, the 1 house per acre, I have a little bit of more confusion on that now that I've been here at this meeting tonight than I even had before. Because like many of you, it's not clear what that really means. If it's subjective, it's subjective. You all have called it a living document. But it sounds like more of a subjective document. So I'm a little confused about that. The other thing that I want to mention before my time is up is that the policies like this disproportionately harm small local developers. My youngest son, who's 27, is working very hard right now to build a building business. This will wipe him out because the big builders will come in. The ones from out of town, the larger companies, they're going to come in and they're going to buy the land that he can't afford to buy because of some of the restrictions. He's going to need a little bit smaller. And I get what the Planning Commission is trying to do. I love land. My dad owns a 200-acre farm himself. It's concerning, though, when there are governmental restrictions that hinder family aspirations. So I ask you to consider that as you make your decision this evening.
Hey y'all, me again. My name is still Owen Farnsworth. I still live at 2611 Wellington Place. Clearly I love you guys so much because I came back up here a second time just so I could look at all your pretty faces. I won't ask you to come out on a date with me. I can't afford that right now. I just wanted to bring up one thing and then I will be out of your hair, I promise. The median age of a home buyer in this country, nationally, is 50 years old. Now, there's nothing wrong with that. I want every 50-year-old to be able to purchase a home. But 20 years ago, it was 30 years old. Now, I don't know if any of y'all are good at math. I never was. I still am not. But that means that the people who are buying homes now, the people who are able to afford buying homes now, are the exact same ones that were buying houses 20 years ago. They were the 30-year-olds. I would like to be 30 years old and buy a house. I just want to say, again, I appreciate everybody's comments. I appreciate y'all asking questions. It makes me feel a little more secure in supporting this plan. And I just want to say, if we want to think about families, if we want to think about future development in this country and in this county, the only thing we can do is ensure that affordability occurs. And the only way to do that, or the best way that I see right now to do that at least, is with this plan right here. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Catherine Hargett. I live at 1203 Backbriar. And I know a lot of people from our area have mentioned the area at Almaville and 840, which is what I'm concerned about. When this plan was beginning, the majority of our neighborhood was not built. We are now 600 homes, and we have, as many have said, we have a good community, a solid community. And we don't want, and our desire, I should say, would be the north side of 840 to it be rezoned from activity to a village to accommodate the 600 families that have made this area our home and community. And I'd like y'all to consider that when you make your decisions. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Chris Jensen, owner of Jensen Quality Homes, located just down the street here. And I represent the Home Builder Association of Central Tennessee. Honestly, I live in Coffee County. I've been here, Middle Tennessee area, Murfreesboro, for over 35 years. And when my family and I looked to get our next house, the prices in Rutherford County were not there. So I commute every day. Like I said, I used to walk to my office. Now it's just off the square. I don't have prepared remarks tonight. I wasn't going to speak. I've had lots of conversations, and over the past number of years, I've been to the planning sessions for years and made many comments. But there's something to be said about a couple things. One is, I know there's a concern over cost of schools. We've talked about how Rutherford County has grown 30%, I think it said from 2010 to 2020. But we're saying from today that we're going to grow 60%. Well, I'm not sure where we're going to put that. You know, we still have to build those schools, whether they go in the city or in the county. We still have to build those schools. Are we going to build apartments? Is this in line with what Murfreesboro City is planning on doing? Because we dealt with moratoriums on apartments in the city. So where are we going to put this 60%, which is not double what we've had? It's more than double, because that's 60% from today. So that's a concern that we have with Home Builders Association. Honestly, I'm a custom home builder. I'll build on 5-acre tracts all day long. That's what I do. But I'm worried about where my kids are going to build. I'm going to probably building them a house in Coffee County now, because I know we're not going to be able to afford it when they're grown up enough to build when they're old enough. I'm blessed. Rutherford County's blessed, but I'm concerned about that 60% and where they're going to go. So thank you all very much. I know it's not an easy decision. I know it's a complicated item, but that is something that I feel like should be pointed out and considered. The infrastructure cost, I believe The cost of schools is the biggest part of the budget. That's still going to be there, whether it goes in the city or in the county. So we're just making it unaffordable, and we're shoving everybody in the city. And I don't know that that has been coordinated with the city's plans either. So there's not a plan there. There's still going to be traffic in the city. People aren't going to have elbow room. They're not going to have room to play ball. I'm not sure what's going to happen, but that's the concern. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak? If there are others, if you would kind of get in line, and we'll wrap this thing up as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Good evening, Commission. My name is Laura Clark. Live in the 900 block of Netherland Drive in District 21. Commissioner Sereno is my commissioner. I support Plan Rutherford. In tonight's comments, Mr. Michael Shirley, I thought, said it best because he pointed out that it is balanced, it is flexible, it is living, it is able to be used in response to the needs of people who come to ask for special consideration. I think that's real important in any law. I'm skeptical about going on the advice of developers, real estate, home builders, and the lawyers that represent them, not to say they are not accurate, but I'm skeptical to use that guidance and the letter that you received tonight as the sole reason for making a decision. I think all the people who have talked tonight, this was very helpful, I thought, with lots of different opinions. But in reading it and in thinking about the fact that this is balanced, it gives opportunity for people to be flexible in how it is applied. It addresses the astronomical growth in our county. And we have to start somewhere. So let's start with this and let's change it if it's not working. But for now, I support and I ask that you vote unanimously in support of Plan Rutherford. Thank you for this time.
You knew I was coming, didn't you? I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of the Rutherford Neighborhood Alliance. My name is Susan Allen. I live on Nelson Lane in Murfreesboro in Commissioner Irvin's district. 25 years ago, when I first got involved with the Rutherford Neighborhood Alliance and started attending commission meetings and standing committee meetings because of a land issue, at that time when the entire county was zoned R15 and still is. Even then, it was clear that development was happening without a plan. Since our population has grown by about 200,000 residents since then, it is imperative that we have a growth plan for the future. Plan Rutherford forms that, and Plan Rutherford forms that framework. Builders and developers and agent builders have been clear that they want fewer restrictions and maximum flexibility in how land is used. That position is understandable. Growth is their business and flexibility supports profitability. But your responsibility is not to any one industry. Your responsibility is to the public interest. Managing the impacts of growth on roads, schools, water, emergency services, and taxpayers is not a private obligation. It is a public one, and it rests with you. So the question before you is straightforward. Do you, as county commissioners, have an obligation to subsidize the building and realty industries when planning for growth? The short answer is no. Local government does not have an obligation to subsidize the building and realty industries when planning for growth. Local government's primary obligation, your obligation, is to the public, to current residents, to future residents, and taxpayers as a whole. That means protecting public health, safety, infrastructure capacity, fiscal stability, and quality of life. Planning for growth is about managing impacts, not guaranteeing profits. There may be 4,000 real estate jobs, but there are 90,000 residential property taxpayers who could be impacted by some of the changes they want. Builders and realtors are private businesses. They take on risk in exchange for potential return. When government extends roads, water lines, sewers, schools, and emergency services to serve new development without those costs being fully covered by the development itself, that's effectively a subsidy paid for by existing taxpayers. A comprehensive plan like Plan Rutherford flips that equation back to where it belongs. Growth should occur where infrastructure already exists or can be efficiently provided. Development should pay its fair share of the cost it creates. The public should not be forced to underwrite private speculation. That doesn't mean government is anti-growth. It means government is pro-responsibility. Healthy development still happens, just not in ways that saddle the community with long-term debt, congestion, flooding, overcrowded schools, or service shortfalls. Bottom line, planning is not a subsidy. Plan Rutherford is a governing tool that respects both growth and property rights by placing growth where public services can support it, costs are controlled, and the long-term interests of the county, not short-term pressure, guide decisions. Your responsibility means keeping a long-term public interest front and center, even when there is pressure to do otherwise. I urge you to ratify and accept Plan Rutherford with a unanimous vote. Thank you.
Anyone else? Seeing no one, I'll declare the public hearing closed. Commissioner Pettis-Reed.
Mr. Chairman, as Mr. Reed's coming up, if Mr. Reed reads the motion, potentially it's to adopt. That's what the motion says. Once that motion is made, I would anticipate a second. I certainly hope we pass Plan Rutherford. I'm not opposed to it. But again, if we make the motion and it's seconded, then we're pursuing what I consider still a gray area to me. Is it become more of a law, or should it stay at planning as a guide? If you make the motion, are we dispensing with that question, and we're only considering adoption?
Commissioner Dodd, so if the resolution before you is put before the proper motion, which is seconded, that resolution's on the table for deliberation, discussion, and amendment. So as it stands right now, as written, if there's no amendments or modifications to it, I'll go back to what I said a couple hours ago. Pursuant to state law, it becomes a binding document, which does have flexible language contained within it.
Thank you. And my hesitancy is, if we question, if the motion is made and seconded, then we're moving to adopt. I guess the only way I can say this is repeat myself. So I'll allow this to move into discussion after the motion. But I want this body to know, if we second and start down the road of approving the motion as written, we're closer to codifying this as law, and it may need to stay in Planning Commission as a guide rather than a law. So let's be very cautious as you make your second. Once we get into that adoption language, we cannot escape it. So just be very conscientious.
Mr. Chairman, is there any way that we could respectfully ask for about a 5-minute recess? I've been sitting in this chair for 3 hours, and before Mr. Pettis gets going, is there any way that we could have 5 minutes?
Commissioner Hare, if it was anybody else but you, I would say no. We're in recess for 5 minutes. This time I'll call the Rutherford County Commission back into session. Commissioner Reed, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Dodd, I think it was Bullwinkle the Moose used to say, there's nothing up my sleeve, nothing but my arm and whatever, so I'm not going to pull anything up here. I have nothing to fun, but I am Pettis Reed, Chairman of the Rutherford County Planning Commission, which is designated as the Regional Planning Commission under state law. And what you're doing tonight is totally followed by the Tennessee Code Annotated. This is how we have operated Title Charter 4, and this is what we're trying to get passed. I was sitting back here a while ago listening to all of this, and how we talked about how long we have done this. I've been involved with this for 1,640 days. Now you think about that, how long we have spent trying to put this together, and I've listened to what some people have had to say up here as we've talked about this. We have been very careful to look at everything possible that we could figure might go wrong or might be good as far as the benefit of the citizens of Rutherford County. Just the other day, I was reading some news, and I always read WGNS's news on my phone when I get up in the morning to see what has happened overnight. And I was reading there, it was talking about Joe Carr's Plan Rutherford. That's what it said, Joe Carr's Plan Rutherford. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to tell you, this is not Joe Carr's Plan Rutherford. This is not Pettis Reed's Plan Rutherford. This is not the Planning Commission's Plan Rutherford. This is not even the Steering Committee's Plan Rutherford. This is the citizens of Rutherford County's Plan Rutherford. This is what it's based on. It's what the citizens of Rutherford County have told us what they were interested in and what they were wanting. We started with this all the way back to the first time we had one of our meetings. We asked them, what are you interested in as far as what Rutherford County needs to look like and what you're wanting? For those of you who did not come to any of those meetings, what we did, we let them sit down and write down what they want Rutherford County to be and what they want it to look like. They even received that map that you saw up here. They received a plain map. They even got pencils that colored in those different colors that you saw there. What do you want here? What do you want there? What do you want in that? I know it mentioned somewhere in the neighborhood of 800 showed up for that, but we actually, when you include all of the emails and things, almost 1,000 were involved in this. Now, I know some of you said that you didn't get anything about this, you knew nothing about this. Well, it's difficult when you are a government agency to get that many people to show up and see what's doing there, because we do not work like a campaign where we have those dollars to spend, where we have those mail-outs to go out to everybody. We're not set up in that same situation. But social media was used, the newspaper was used, the radio was used, and different commissioners actually put it out. We even fed people. We even had a food truck out there feeding them, trying to get people to come. And it's basically what someone said here about an election. How many people actually show up to do something like this? And what we tried to do was listen to the people. And I think over this 1,640 days, I've heard from a lot more people than the 800 or 1,000 people. Because everywhere I've gone, people have tried to talk to me about Plan Rutherford and what's happening in this county and where we go from here. And the explanations that I've tried to give them is we're trying to do something to make Rutherford County a better county. Now, some of you have mentioned some of the things in other counties around here and what's happening there. 2 weeks before Christmas, Murray County over here, they had a call meeting of their county commission. A call meeting of their county commissions concerned about what's happening over there. They have just got through with zoning, they've just got through with regulations, but they had not finished a comprehensive plan. So they're in the process now doing a comprehensive plan. They're going backwards in what they're trying to do, and they formed a moratorium that in Murray County you can only build on 1 or 5 acres. That's in Murray County right now. Go over here to our county to the east, in Coffee County. I believe Chris said he lives in Coffee County. Coffee County, in the rural areas, 1 house per 5 acres, right next door. Now, when Williamson County went from 1 house to 5 acres, you know what it did for Rutherford County? It gave us a whole lot of developers over here wanting to build. They were over here competing with the Rutherford County developers. And today we have developers from everywhere coming in here to participate. Now that we have Murray County that only has 1 house per acre or 1 house per 5 acres available, we're going to get what's Murray County coming this direction. Coffee County will possibly have the same situation coming here. So now we are the spot for building. And Rutherford County has got to do something to maybe look at some of this and how we deal with some of this. And we have spent all this time looking at that map right there and how you do it. And I think Mr. Shirley explained to you the different colors in there about the yellow. We worked with a compromise there. It originally was set up for 3 houses per 3 houses per 1 acre. And that yellow has a specific meaning to it. In fact, the other day I was on a panel discussion over here in City Hall for Leadership Rutherford, and we were asked what type of tools you'll be using in the future as far as planning. And on that committee, we had a representative from Laverne's planning department. We had a representative from Smyrna, representative from the city of Murfreesboro. They were also councilmen from that area. And I pulled out Plan Rutherford. I said, this is going to be our newest tool that we'll have. 2 of those councilmen spoke up. The one from Laverne, Mr. Coates, I believe his name, and then Steve Sullivan from Smyrna. They said they were familiar with it. Mr. Sullivan mentioned the fact, said whoever did this pulled out a page directly from a book on planning. Because what it does, it puts the more density towards the areas where the infrastructure is already there. And you can work with those situations a little bit better where out in the rural areas there's not the infrastructure. My fellow commissioners, I have to say the fact is that I live in a rural area. I'm 17 miles from here in the little town of Versailles. I don't know how many of you travel there very often, but not often, I would say, unless you're coming to the fried table. But out there, the roads are probably about this wide. It's from ditch line to ditch line. And that's what you've got. Ditch line to ditch line. And there's no room for error. All over that rural area out there, the roads were all developed by deer. Then later by buggies, and then we paved them, and that's where we've been operating ever since. The infrastructure is not there. And come Saturday morning and Saturday night and Sunday, we'll find out what kind of infrastructure we do have out there. Because the governor, I think, has just now issued a state of emergency for Tennessee. My grandfather, I think somebody mentioned about their farm and this sort of thing. My grandfather come back from World War I and married my grandmother and bought the farm that I currently live on. This year, it's 100 years old in our family. And I understand what he's talking about there. There's farms like that all over this county right now. People don't believe that, but they are. And I've heard this thing about the fact that, the farmers won't have a chance to sell their farms, but I have to tell you, there's farms down beside me that have already sold. And I run into Mr. Combs Montgomery today out here in a parking lot, and I was telling him about the farm he had sold just down the road from me, very good-sized farm, and they broke it up into 5, 10, and 15-acre tracts. And they have just, a lot of houses have already built out there on those tracts. But they've done it in a very good manner, I think. Nice houses, custom built. They fit that road. There's Versailles Road out there where we average at least 2 people who lose their lives on that road every year. That's the thing we have to look at, the things we have to compare, the things we have done with Plan Rutherford. I thought it was interesting tonight, you had a lady here wanting to decrease the activity center in one area, and our commissioner here was wanting to increase it. We have had to deal with this for 4 years now, trying to figure what was the best in putting these maps together. And this is what we have, and this is what we present to you. 3 different character areas within Rutherford County. And if you'll look at them, they are definite character areas. The areas that's more close to the municipalities, able to develop, able to work with. The areas that are further out where you can't, where it's just not feasible to put as many homes and density in. And then you get into this other that is something that is very, very different. We had a steering committee made up of a lot of different individuals. Those individuals consisted of our chairman, who was Rhonda Allen, which we lost in December, passed away. She was from a family that did heating and air. Dr. John Lodell, who runs our archives. Mark Lee, an engineer. Charlotte P., a farmer. Myself. Warren Russell, who was on the city planning. Josh Sanders, fire marshal. Dr. James Sullivan, who happened to speak here tonight. Mike Vaught, who's a farmer out in Las Casas as well, as he sells property. And Coy Young, who operates a farm store out in Las Casas. That was your steering committee that helped put a lot of this together with the help of Greater Nashville Regional Council. And then it come all the way back now to the Planning Commission. And you've heard some of those individuals speak. We have a variety of individuals that's on our Planning Commission. We're somewhat different from other planning commissions. The people on there have different types of occupations. I know we have 2 individuals that are developers. Others are engineers. We have farmers. We have business people. So it's a cross-reference. And I think the mayor talks about this quite often, how it's a balanced committee. And they have looked at this plan. They have done a study, work sessions. They've done that. In fact, I just happened to pull one of those today, one of the work session sheets, and where you talk about the fact of up to 2 residential units per acre that some of you are mentioning tonight here, rather than 1 house per acre. That was discussed. I see it right here, back before we ever voted on it at the Planning Commission. It was discussed, and it was decided at that time that the reference language that we have in there, applying the policy where you can expand it, would take care of that problem, and we could actually do more than the one house, that we could actually do more per acre and make it work. So we have tried everything to make this plan, I can't say perfect, because there's no such thing as perfect, especially when you get into things like this. The Declaration of Independence has errors in it, I understand. Before we voted on it at the Planning Commission meeting, I read to our planning commissioners a letter I received from our steering committee chairman. I had talked to her just a few days that she was quite ill at that time, and she was making her last trip down to Florida to see the beach for one more time. And she wrote this letter to our planning commission before they voted. And she said, "Members of the planning commission, thank you for allowing me a moment to address you by Chairman Reed. I wish I could be with you on this very important night. As many of you know, prior to being elected as Rutherford County Commissioner, I first had the privilege of serving as a planning commissioner. My appointment stemmed from a citizen's phone call to the mayor's office asking, why are the Williamson County Dollar General stores so much prettier than ours? Learning there was an open seat on the planning commission, the mayor at the time called back and asked if I had any interest in serving on the planning commission. I thought, sure, now how hard could that be? I figured I'd better say yes, because this is one of those times where I'd better put my money where my mouth is. It's easy to have all the answers when you don't have all the information. I learned quickly. I had much to learn. In serving as a planning commissioner, I learned more and loved it more than I ever dreamed possible. To this day, I tell people how important this commission is, because you are making permanent land use decisions. Once the farm is developed, it's never going to be a farm again. The planned Rutherford process was not quick. It was not easy, and there's no way to design one that will please everyone. It required careful study, input from many voices, and a vision for how our county can both manage and embrace the growth that we know is coming. I want to commend everyone who contributed their time, expertise, and commitment to this effort. I especially want to thank the Rutherford County Planning and Engineering staff, GNRC staff, the citizens who gave input, and the many dedicated committee members who worked tirelessly to make sure this plan reflects the values of our community. I trust that the work we've done provides a strong foundation, one that balances growth, infrastructure, and quality of life for the people of Rutherford County. This plan is not a final answer. It's a framework. It gives Rutherford County the tools to make wise choices so that 20 years from now, our children and grandchildren will inherit a community that still feels like home. You still have big challenges ahead. You will need to update subdivision regulations, zoning ordinances, and the major thoroughfare plan. This is all important, valuable, and pretty thankless job. Thank you for continuing to invest your time and talent in Rutherford County. You truly are the best among us, and I appreciate each of you. I know the decisions before you are never easy, but I'm confident that with wisdom, patience, and vision, you will steward this plan in a way that continues to make Rutherford County a place we're proud to call home. It was my honor and privilege to serve with you all. Rhonda Allen. As I said, we lost Rhonda in December. Rhonda was a great friend of mine. She's the one in 2014 that talked me into becoming a commissioner. At this time, I want to read the resolution of the Rutherford County Board of Commissioners to adopt the Rutherford County Comprehensive Plan. Whereas the Rutherford County Regional Planning Commission adopted a previous comprehensive plan on April 25th, 2011, and whereas the comprehensive plan should be updated and or replaced periodically to ensure they remain responsive to growth patterns in the community, and whereas the Rutherford County has worked with the Greater Nashville Regional Council on a comprehensive planning process known as Plan Rutherford, and whereas the Plan Rutherford Steering Committee and the Rutherford County Regional Planning Commission have created a vision and value statement for Rutherford County, Tennessee. And whereas the Plan Rutherford Steering Committee and the Rutherford County Regional Planning Commission have created a future land use map and other maps within the plan document. And whereas the Plan Rutherford Steering Committee and the Rutherford County Regional Planning Commission have created goals and implemented steps, and whereas the vision and the value statement and the future land use map and the goals and implementation steps are expressed by Plan Rutherford, a copy of which is attached to this resolution as Exhibit A, and which is incorporated therein by reference as is fully copied herein verbatim. And whereas on September the 8th, 2025, the pursuant TCA 133301, the Rutherford County Regional Planning Commission adopted and certified Plan Rutherford and the maps incorporated therein attached thereunto as Exhibit A to supersede and replace the previous April 25th, 2011 comprehensive plan in its entirety. And whereas the Rutherford County Regional Planning Commission transmitted a copy of its resolution adopting Plan Rutherford, a copy of which is attached hereunto as Exhibit B, and a copy of Plan Rutherford and the maps incorporated therein attached thereto as Exhibit A to the Rutherford County Board of Commissioners for consideration. And whereas the Rutherford County Board of Commissioners finds that it is in the best interest of Rutherford County to adopt the attached Plan Rutherford. Now therefore be it resolved by the Rutherford County Board of Commissioners that pursuant to TCA 133301, Plan Rutherford and the maps incorporated therein, a copy which is attached thereto as Exhibit A, are hereby adopted. Be it further resolved that pursuant to TCA 133304, any land use decisions thereafter made by the Rutherford County Board of Commissioners, the Rutherford County Regional Planning Commission, or the Rutherford County Board of Zoning Appeals, when the Rutherford County Board of Zoning Appeals is exercising its powers on matters other than variances, must be consistent with Plan Rutherford. Resolved this 22nd day of January 2026. Mr. Chairman, I so move.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Comments or questions? Commissioner Dodd.
Thank you, Chairman. Commissioner Reed accused me of having a spring in my seat. I think mine's the only spring working. So now we have a motion to adopt. I've got discomfort with adoption versus supporting. So that's one area that I ask us to deliberate on. The second area to deliberate on is my discomfort with a 43,560 square foot lot as the baseline. It's already being used as a tacit policy of planning. So I've got two concerns, but I have to give a little preface to my comments. I went to the first meeting for Plan Rutherford in this building in 2021. Fantastic job. Let me back up a little bit more. I commend, as I did at Public Works last week, I commend Doug, Pettis, Jeff, the Planning Commission, and their steering committee. I commend you in the 1,960 hours you put in. I want a Plan Rutherford, and we have to have balanced growth. Have to do it. At that meeting, I participated vigilantly because it's my wheelhouse. I was enjoying myself. Somebody asked, "What do you do?" I said, "I'm a developer in the developing business. I hate developers," was the response from a very dignified person. So the tone of the mission changed for me that day. I was not welcome to participate. It was a feeling. It's just my feeling. I was demonized. It felt like a demonized environment for a developer to speak into it. And I fear that might have perpetuated many of the town hall meetings and otherwise. I continued to go, but I quit participating. Went to town halls, went to MTSU, came up here, went to other community locations, attended the steering committee meetings. So I had opportunities to participate, but this is my arena. There was nowhere else that I felt like I could articulate the desires of my constituency. And I think I'm making a decision here to amend the motion. And help me with it, Nick, as you listen to this. A little preamble. The folks in District 16, my district, have 4 primary issues: reasonable tax rate, quality schools and quality school campuses, traffic woes, big scope, and balanced growth with sensitivity to affordability. I believe this 1 acre baseline puts a pressure on affordability from the starting at the sales point of the farm, ending with the lot purchase price that gets wrapped into the home. Much of our current workforce is already being forced out of the county. I think we've heard that. I think Planned Rutherford will continue to put more pressure on affordability and the financial security of the farmer's 401k, as some of my farming friends suggest. And I'm going to make a motion for these reasons to amend Plan Rutherford to change rural living area from 1 unit per acre to 2 units per acre, so that we can better balance growth and have a positive impact on affordability throughout the county. And further, my motion is that the plan come back to this body, amended or not, for consideration of support, not adoption. Does that make sense?
I think so. To follow up on the rural living, there's a lower end designation for less than 1 residential unit per 5 acres. Are you touching that at all with this motion, or is it just the higher end that states up to 1 residential unit per acre?
The higher end.
Okay. So how I think this process would work is you can't amend the plan now at this stage. The Planning Commission has to be part of the deliberative process. And so I think that's what your intent was, because you mentioned it coming back here.
Yes.
Okay. So your motion would be to propose an amendment.
Yes.
To Plan Rutherford to modify the higher end on rural living from up to 1 residential unit per acre to change that to say up to 2 residential units per acre, and to send that down to the Planning Commission for consideration.
Correct.
You mentioned something about showing support. What I would suggest first is we keep those 2 items separate. You deal with what we just hear about changing the density. See if you get a second on that amendment. And if you do, then we'll take an official vote to send it back down to Planning Commission. They'll deliberate it, and they can either give an up, a down, or no recommendation whatsoever, and it would come back up here for further deliberation, at which time you may want to bring your amendment back to say, we want to support it as opposed to adopt it, depending on what the Planning Commission sends back up here. Does that make sense?
It does. I will entertain the support versus adoption again tonight before, but yes, if my motion is seconded, then I'll have some comments.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion on the motion to amend.
Mr. Chairman.
Chairman Reed.
Ladies and gentlemen, this has been discussed by your Planning Commission. We looked at that, but we felt that the wording was already there. It explains what you can do. In fact, you can actually go beyond the 2 houses if the infrastructure is there. But a lot of the area where we are showing the 1 house per acre, there's not infrastructure out that way. But what you're getting ready to do is say, oh, regardless, we're talking about 2 houses per acre out that way. But I will be voting no as far as amending that. And I just can't vote that way. I can't go that direction. It just it didn't go for the Planning Commission. It was unanimous in their support as far as what we're trying to do.
Other comments or questions?
Chairman.
Yes, Commissioner Piercy.
You probably won't respect this 1 acre to 1 house as much unless you have a large rural area in your district. Most of the development land is left out in the rural areas, like myself, Mr. P., Mr. Reed. It's pretty heavy rural. Most of our people in my district that I have mentioned this to, when they want to know, what is plan rule? Well, I would tell them, basically, it changes from 1 house 1 acre, 1 house 5 acres. Well, can't you do 1 house 20 acres? They don't want development like they're getting. They don't want the 3 houses on 1 acre. And yes, it's probably going to cost more if we do 1 house to 1 acre to be able to do the 2 house to 1 acre closer to where it's acceptable to that, because the land's going to be higher than it will be out in the poor old rural area. Now, in my area, they're buying land up 50, 60, 70 acres. The builders are already took up the concept of putting 1 house to 5 acres, and they're selling them as quick as they can get them finished. They're nicer homes, they're bigger lots, they have places for their animals, their kids to play. There's a 20-acre parcel sold out in Las Casas the other day. It was plotted for 49 building lots. But the owner encouraged the buyer to cut it back to 23 lots, nearly 1 house, 1 acre. It would be very close the way it lays. The buyer bought it. They're going to build bigger houses than they've been building, nicer homes. It'll be an addition to our community. There's 60 acres right behind, well, right across some property from my store now that's for sale. Supposedly the man's got a contract on it. It's $100,000 an acre. It's 66 acres at $6.6 million. The people are hedging on buying it based on the fact they can get 2 houses per acre. I will not support that, because they can build just as nice a home on 1 house, 1 acre. It'll have less impact on our roads, our schools, everything. You know, I've heard it said on this commission floor, 1 house to 1 acre of ground is a waste of property. There's no way that's true. If you were trying to build apartments, yeah, 1 apartment on 1 acre, sure. But 1 nice home in a rural area where you've already got community, a little community left, I'm just not for that. There's no way possible. It defeats the whole 4 or 5 years that the Planning Commission has worked on this to even amend this motion. We need to pull a vote on it, but I know we've got to vote on the amendment. And I will be voting no on this amendment based on what I've just told you. Thank you.
Any other comments? Commissioner P.
Basically, I can repeat what Commissioner Piercy's told you. When my people told me a little bit stronger, we don't want any growth. You know, we're ready for you to put up some barbed wire and stop this growth out in these rural areas like that. So to me, we are working with our development community and our home builders, our realtors, by offering this plan, because it's something reasonable that I think is a compromise. Like I said, the people that put me in this office said, we don't want any more growth. You don't believe me? Come on, we'll go for a trip around spin around the 4th district there. I think you'll find overwhelmingly most people do not want to see this continued growth the way it's been. And I think this is something that will help preserve some of these rural areas. And therefore, I will be voting in favor of the plan as it is.
Anyone else?
One closing comment. I do want to restate that I support Plan Rutherford. I'll support whatever comes out of this body because of the respect for the hard work. I don't think I've ever seen a project make 3 units per acre. I've never been involved with a project that made 2 per acre. It doesn't happen. The soils, the terrain, the infrastructure never allows the density that the zone has on it. So just bear with me that if I'm asking for 2 per acre as a suggestion to raise the baseline, to remove some pressure on affordability, all the applications of Plan Rutherford still apply, as Michael Shirley stated so succinctly. 2 lots per acre doesn't mean we get 2 lots per acre. If the road can't handle it, if the soils can't handle it, if the water can't handle it, we're not going to get 2 lots per acre. But you start every conversation at 1 lot per acre. It decreases the value to the landowner. It's an automatic down zone by perception. And if we increase it to 1 lot per acre, it's an automatic increase in the lot price to the buyer. We'll still build 1 acre lots. It'll happen. But it'll force more affordability issue onto the houses in Rutherford County. So my reasons, I think, are more in line with Steve and Michael Shirley than one might think, because we must have a solid plan. I just give us caution that 1 acre as a baseline will be detrimental, not catastrophic. But it's the last hitch we have at this commission to contribute some ability to help affordability.
Other comments? Commissioner P.
Sorry to drag this on a little bit, but I felt compelled to say what I'm fixing to say from a comment Commissioner Dodd made earlier, that he felt that he was basically ostracized at these public hearings because he was a developer. I've known Commissioner Dodd for a number of years now, and he's actually made some developments in my district. And of all the developers that I've worked for, he's been the most reasonable, the most caring, and done more to get the things needed in that particular area around his development than any other builder or developer that I've worked with in the last 28 years. I think that's saying a lot. I hold him in the highest esteem. However, I'm a landowner, just as Commissioner Piercy is. You know, I'm supporting what my people are asking me for, but I've also got skin in this game. I've got land in this rural area. I've got land in the next areas too, I assume, depending on where we find out that line is tonight. But I also know that I have options to ask for more if I decide to sell, or if I decide to subdivide this in the future for my or for my children, or for my grandchildren. So I know that this plan gives me those options. I'm not planning on selling, but if I wanted to sell, I could. Under this plan, and if it's adopted as it is, I can ask for more than 1 house per acre in there. I may not get it because I may not have the infrastructure for it. You know, I have a whole lot of rock, I'll admit to that, but anyway, it's good and solid. But anyway, I still want to say that I support this plan and urge you to vote that way. Thank you.
Anyone else? Anyone that hasn't spoke? Commissioner McAdoo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I tried to be silent tonight, but I got a couple of questions. And the reason I got those questions is because I went through something similar to this with the landfill. A lot of you don't even remember the landfill. But it was told to us that, oh, don't worry about it. You know, this is all right. You can pass it like it is. Even it's got a lot of flexibility to it, and so on and so forth. And we did. We passed it that night. The next morning, the owner sold it to BFI for $10 million. And it was nothing we could do because we thought it had it all in it. And the reason I say that, if we got questions about this comprehensive plan, why can't we send it back, get these questions answered, and bring it back? Do we have a time limit on it? Do we have to pass it tonight? Because what I'm hearing, we do have questions. So why can't we send it back and get firm answers? Not no maybe, this may work, whatnot, and then bring it back if I don't have a time limit on it. Can you answer that?
I'm not sure that I can answer it, but let me just point out that if you have a question, it can be asked. I don't know of any questions, Commissioner McAdoo, that have been asked that have not been answered. If you've got one, you can bring that to my attention. But I think all questions have been thoroughly vented, and sending it back to have questions answered that I think have already been answered doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Just my opinion. Do you have a particular question in mind that you think has not been answered?
Yes, I do. Because what I'm hearing, Commissioner Dodd and another commissioner, is which way are we going on this? We pass it, is it etched in stone that this is what we're going to do? Or if we pass it, we got flexibility in our lot size? To me, I hadn't got a clear answer on that. Maybe I missed that. Do we have a clear answer? If we pass it, we got a definite lot size that we're going with.
Nick can probably answer that better than me, but let me make one attempt. The map is gone, but since I'm about colorblind, I think it's the lighter color that of green that is the rural area. And what you've heard tonight from rural commissioners is that they support this. That's what you've heard from rural commissioners, is that they support this because the people in those areas support it. And they're asking for our support in passing that. To answer what you said a minute ago, it only affects that colored area. And the question was asked multiple times tonight, what if we change that to 2? That was asked in the Planning Commission more than once. The Planning Commission adjusted that to add language to it that says you can put as many as you want per acre as long as the infrastructure is there, which gives more flexibility than the 2 units per acre. I'm not sure that I said that exactly right, Nick, if I've said it wrong. So that question, Commissioner McAdoo, has been answered. And I think answered fully. Is there another question? Is there a reason to send it back to have the Planning Commission answer questions that don't exist? We've been looking at this thing for 4.5 years. 4.5 years. The Planning Commission put off making decisions until we could answer every particular question, and we think that we have. Once again, is it going to satisfy everybody? Commissioner Dodd, the answer is no. But what happened is that the Planning Commission, the authority as far as future planning, has made a recommendation to this committee unanimously. This is what our consensus, not a unanimous decision, but a consensus of what our community should look like well into the future. And they're asking for us to support them in proving that. That's what they're asking us to do. So send it back to answer some questions, Commissioner McAdoo. I don't know what those questions are, and I don't think that that would be appropriate, my opinion. Other questions or comments? Commissioner Johnson.
Mr. Chair, thank you. I could echo exactly what Commissioner Piercy said, but that's if I lived in his district. I don't. My district's completely opposite. My people tell me they don't want the density. That's what this plan will do, is cause more density in the towns or cities. My people don't want that. I don't want that. I have 5 grandchildren coming up. I'd like to see them be able to afford a house in Smyrna. They're already, the way it is now, they can only move outside of Smyrna to afford a house. But it'd be even worse if this is adopted the way it is, with this causing more density in the city, or in our case, the town of Smyrna. So I'd definitely like to see us not vote this plan down, but to vote to move this back to planning and to add that 1 more acre, have 2 acres, 2 homes per acre. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Commissioner Reed.
This commission has been very supportive of the committee system. When committees are given assignments, which the Planning Commission was given 4 years and better ago, they were told to come up with a plan. Your Planning Commission has done exactly that. They spent a long time working on this, starting with a steering committee, and they worked to the point where they got a unanimous vote. Now you're going to send it back and ask them, would you just add 1 more to it? I'm afraid you're going to get the same vote. It'll come back probably with the same thing. But when you're talking about, I think I mentioned up there that this was nobody's plan but the citizens and the people of Rutherford County. And this is what they had asked for, more than anything. That yellow area you saw right there, they asked for the same thing there. But the Planning Commission did some compromising there and brought it up to actually 3, and then all of a sudden they went to 5, saying, we're going to give you 5, but please don't ask us for any more, because I've got my vice chairman sitting up here and he's shaking his head. We basically said, we'll even go up to 5 for that area right in there, but please don't ask us to go any further on this other areas out here. And we did some compromising there. So that's what I'm trying to tell you. Your committee has done this. They've worked on it, tried to give you the best system we have. And I'm asking you to please vote against this amendment.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Commissioner Oliver.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to call for the question.
I do concur with that. I do concur. You asked us to have no more questions from the...
We have someone that's made a request. I'll ask for a second.
Second.
We have the question has been called for. The second has been made. Question has been called for, it's been seconded. That ends the conversation.
Need a vote.
We will vote.
Well, you vote on you vote on the calling the question, so you can just do a voice vote on calling the question.
Once again, we will vote on calling the question. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposition? Motion to move forward and end the debate is carried. So now we're ready to vote on the amendment. And Nick, could you please reword that, the amendment that we're voting on?
I think you all have given me harder before, so. So I think the motion is to propose an amendment to Plan Rutherford to modify let me pull up the map, the rural living area on the higher end, Phil, up to 2 residential units per acre, and that this be sent back down to the Planning Commission for consideration. That's the amendment that you're voting on now.
Is that right, Commissioner Dodd? Very good. Okay, you ready to vote? For this, commissioners, we are going to do a roll call vote. Your name will be called and you will vote yes or no on the amendment. We're going to do a roll call vote. You will be asked to vote yes or no on the amendment.
Mr.
Roll
Chairman,
call.
is there a reason why we're doing a roll call?
Because I said so.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Johnson.
the only reason I say for a roll call vote is so people can count votes, and that's what happens up here, time after time on a roll call. We have that board, that's what the money was spent on, and that's where it needs to be voted on, is on that board.
I'm going to read from your rules here. Any motion may be put to the board for vote by such means as the chairman may determine, provided, however, that any one member of the board may require an individual vote recorded for each member, otherwise referred to as a roll call vote. Utilizing such roll call means as the chairman may determine in the chairman's discretion, including but not limited to a call of the roll for ayes or nay votes, a vote by voting machine tabulating each individual member's vote, standing in place, the raising of hand or otherwise. So if there's any individual member that objects to a roll call vote, then my recommendation would be for someone to make a motion to do a different type of vote and have the body vote by majority vote on how it's going to go down.
Commissioner McMurray, I stand corrected. It's my decision to do a roll call vote at the suggestion of other commissioners. So we're going to do a roll call vote unless there is a motion to do something different. Hearing none, we'll proceed with the roll call vote.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Johnson.
make a motion that we vote using the board.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to suspense with the roll call vote and vote on our board.
You want to go on the board for this? Go on the board for this vote?
For this, commissioners, we will be on the board. Please cast your vote.
Is that not the same as a roll call?
We're voting on whether to do a roll call vote or a board vote, and the motion is to do a board vote. So if you want to do what was originally called for, which is a roll call vote, you would vote no on this. If you want to do on the board vote, you would vote, well, you just vote no on the recommendation to do a board vote. Is that clear? No. Yeah. We're going to be on the board for an amendment, for a motion made by Anthony Johnson to put the vote on the board. Yes or no, do you want it on the board? Is that clear? Okay, thank you. Please cast your vote.
Anyone that did not vote and wishes to vote, or anyone who would like to change your vote, you may do so now.
Record the vote.
11 yes, 9 no, 1 abstain.
Okay, Commissioners, you've spoken, and for this, for the motion to amend the resolution will be on the board. I hope not.
Okay. Does everybody understand the motion that you're voting on now? It's to make an amendment to send back down to Planning Commission. If you vote yes, that's what's happening. If you vote no, the original motion proposed by Mr. Reed will be back on the table for discussion.
Everybody clear? I hope I am. We're voting on the amendment. Commissioners, please cast your vote.
Anyone that did not vote and wishes to vote, or anyone who would like to change your vote, you may do so now.
Record the vote.
12 yes, 9 no.
Motion to amend passes. Brings us back to the original motion. Nick, I need some help on this. So what are we voting on right now?
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's form over substance. I don't know if Mr. Dodd has any further comments, but now that it's being sent back, he may not. But there needs to be a final vote now that the motion has been amended to go ahead and effectuate what you just amended it to. I know that seems silly, but procedurally, that's what you got to do. So if you vote yes on this next round of voting, it is going back down to Planning Commission with Commissioner Dodd's proposed amendment.
Vote yes to send it down, no if you're not in favor of it.
Correct.
I'm sorry, y'all.
Me too.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. This is our only chance. Indulge me, please. We're voting to adopt it amended, or because the resolution was to adopt. So I'm back to that. It's going back to adopt it if it's amended, because I'm still concerned about adoption versus support.
Understood.
You understand?
Yeah, no, let me clarify. I'm thinking on the fly here with some of this. So you're essentially, the motion that you made was to basically refer this back to the Planning Commission. We've done that before with amendments where you refer it to a committee. So in that instance, I don't think a further vote is necessary now that I've thought about it, and I think it can go back down to the Planning Commission because that's what the amendment was doing. It wasn't amending the motion to vote on it and adopt it tonight. It's to amend it to send it back to Planning Commission.
So we'll be voting on the original motion. That's it. No further vote necessary, I guess. Nick, could you kind of maybe clarify where we go from here? What happens from here?
Yeah, so under state law, this will be taken back to the Planning Commission. It has 61 days within which to take action on it. And it can either approve the recommended amendment, it can say that it doesn't like it, or it can send it back to this body with no recommendation. So it'll be before you within the next 60 to 90 days, I imagine. It depends on how quickly the Planning Commission moves on it.
What is the Planning Commission's obligation?
To do exactly what it did the last time. There may need to be a public hearing. I need to talk with Doug on that at the Planning Commission level. There will certainly have to be another public hearing when it comes back up here again, assuming that whenever that happens. But there will be further deliberation based on what was discussed here today, and the Planning Commission needs to determine if it wants to support the proposed amendment or otherwise send the thing back up here without any changes.
Everyone clear? Brings us to the end of our agenda. It is 10:07, one of the latest nights that we've ever spent here, and I appreciate your patience, your input in this decision-making process. One quick announcement. I don't see Mayor Carr here tonight, but he came up to me before the meeting started tonight and asked me to make this announcement that with inclement weather forecast for this weekend, which will carry over in all probability if the forecast is accurate, will create some hazardous conditions on Monday and possibly Tuesday. So there'll be a decision made from the mayor's office tomorrow whether to continue with our meeting schedule on Monday or to postpone it, and those two meetings, which will be planning in the morning and public safety in the afternoon, to where we will either hold them on Monday or postpone them until Wednesday of next week, due to, once again, the weather forecast and the inclement weather. That decision will be made tomorrow, okay? Anything else? Once again, thank you, commissioners. I appreciate you. We are adjourned.